I hope it's lovely.
This meeting is being recorded.
We are live.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to our February 28th, 2023 City Council meeting. My name is Val Gilman. I'm the Council President and Ward 4 City Councilor. In the interest of government transparency with regards to deliberations and decisions made by the City Council and according to open meeting law, since this meeting was posted as a Zoom meeting, this meeting is recorded by video and audio and will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. If you're calling in on a phone, and you can press *9 to request to speak. If you're watching on a computer device, there is a raised hand in order for you to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. It's a finding of the City of Gloucester that no individual should be denied equal treatment or opportunity because of their age, ancestry, color, disability, including intellectual and developmental mental disability, family status, immigration status, gender identity or expression, military status, marital status, national origin, race, religion, sex, or sexual orientation. In this vein, we as city councilors do not condone language that is discriminatory or offensive, and we will not accept it at our city's meetings. I'd like to take a moment now to announce the names of city councilors and city staff who are present. First of all, we have Scott Memard, who is our Ward 1 city councilor, Jason Groh, who is at large. We have Tony Gross, who is also at large, as well as Council Worthley at large. Councilor Sean Nolan, who is our vice chair of the city council and also is Ward 5 city councilor. Councilor Jamie O'Hara, who is at large. Tracy O'Neill, who is Ward 3. No, sorry, got that wrong. Ward 2 city councilor. And Frank Marjota, who is the Ward 3 city councilor. And that is all the city councilors. We have everyone here tonight. Frank, I think, is just zoomed out, so because his for some reason his computer is flashing on and off. So I'd like to now introduce members of city staff that are on the call. To my left, I have Joanne Stinos, who is our city clerk. And to my right, we have Suzanne Egan, who is our general counsel. And we're trying something out new tonight because this is getting closer to what it's like to be at Kairos, when we have folks that we can kind of sit next to and call upon when we need clarification on orders or parliamentary procedure, and it just feels right. So we're excited about trying this, and I thank you both for being here. And we've got this beautiful hybrid in-person Harbor Masters conference room that we really are very lucky to have. So as in terms of city staff, we have Jill Cahill, who is our CAO. We have Kenny Costa, who is our auditor. John Dunn, who is our CFO. We have Greg Catamatori, who is our planning director. And let me see if we have anybody else here. Hold on, from city staff. Seeing none, I think that is it for members of city staff. And we also have some folks that we'll be introducing shortly that are going to be panelists because they have exciting presentation to do for us. So I think that's it for introductions. And I'd like to ask Madam Clerk, would you call the first order of business?
First order of business is oral communications.
The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before our council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the office of the mayor. The resident will be notified within a 2-week period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the city council. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. The council president shall not allow complaints as to individual performance. Is there anyone on the call that would like to speak to the council for up to 3 minutes for any matter that's not on the agenda? Would you raise your hand? I see we have 31 attendees right now, and I see 2 people with their hands raised. So, Madam Clerk, if you would bring them in, that would be great.
CR.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, this is Catherine Ryan at 17 High Rock Terrace. I
Oh, yeah.
just have a quick comment.
Excuse me, Catherine, can you just
Yeah.
go for a second? I'm first on the agenda for roll call, so, but I can't be the one to time it. So the person that is next after me on roll call, would you kindly do the timing tonight? I think it must be, is it Councilor Grow or Gross? Councilor Gross. Gross.
Me.
Would you mind doing the timing for the 3 minutes on this?
All set.
Okay, we're all set. So go ahead, Catherine. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no
you-
worries.
yes.
No worries. Thanks. This is quick. As part of the oral comments procedure generally in the city, residents are asked to submit a copy of the prepared statement, you know, for instance, to the clerk and counselors in this case. I've noticed that the prepared statement is not attached with subsequent responses, be they from a mayor and or city council or city department, whatever. For anyone researching or referencing the documentation, it can be a little baffling to see just the reply correspondence. And I'm writing to please include the formal public comments, especially when they're supplied, you know, to the responses that are sent back to your packets. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
LJ.
Okay, LJ, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to speak to us. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lisa Rigsby and I live at 3 Taylor Court. My question and comment is regarding the planned power outage that has been rescheduled for March 13th. And I would, 13th. Sort of in light of what happened with the first outage that did not happen, and I found out quite late, I would like to know how this information is being disseminated to our citizens, especially those who are directly affected. This affects thousands of people and it's 8 to 10 hours. I'm especially concerned that counselors were not notified until the very last minute. And my neighbor right next to me received a letter from National Grid on Saturday, February 25th. I have yet to receive that letter. Right next door, same post delivery person. And I'm especially concerned about the elderly, disabled people, non-English speaking people, people who don't use social media, people who don't have internet access, businesses. And if this is in conjunction with the school that's being built, I'm not sure, but if it is, I find it implausible that somebody didn't know. I mean, obviously, the site workers, a project manager would know this, and there must be some kind of liaison from our city. Our DPW, it was clear that our admin didn't know, and I'm just wondering how can this happen? And since it's being rescheduled, what are we doing about it now? I don't even see an announcement on our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Anyone else like to speak to the council for matters not on the agenda? Up to 3 minutes. Seeing none, Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The next order of business is a presentation on the Gloucester 400 by Tri-Chairs Bruce Toby, Ruth Pino, Bob Gillis, and Executive Director Elsha Zawat.
We're so happy to have all four of you here tonight to educate us on how we can look forward to the rest of this year with the 400th. So I'm going to begin by welcoming all of you, but through Ruth Pino, who is one of our Tri-Chairs, I'd like to ask her to do the introductions and then share the floor with your team. And we're looking forward to hearing from you. So Ruth, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. I suppose you need to know where I live, which is at 82 Wheeler Street in Gloucester. I, along with Bob Gillis and Bruce Toby, are Tri-Chairs for the Gloucester 400 Plus. Our Executive Director, Elsha Swart, is also in attendance tonight. As Tri-Chairs, we have spent the last 5 years getting ready for 2023, and we are now immersed, making it happen for all of you to promote, attend, and enjoy, while acknowledging that we live on the ancestral land of the Pawtucket people and their neighbors, the Massachusetts, Nipmuc, and Pennacook and Wampanoag tribes. Thank you to Councilor Gross for attending the Overture on January 15th, and Councilor Gilman for attending the Bruins alumni game at Talbot Rink, January 28th. Those were only 2 of the 5 events that have already happened, and there are only 10 months left, so don't miss any of it. We're asking you as city councilors, as representatives of the entire city, to promote the 400 plus any way you can. For those of you with social media, please like our Gloucester 400 page on both Facebook and Instagram and share it with your constituents, including all of the on these 2 sites. Visit our website at gloucesterma400.org for a detailed event list, which is growing by the day. Bob, Bruce, and I are grateful for the brilliant and dedicated staff we've put together. Elsha is our Executive Director. Isabel Pett is our Program Event Manager. Terry Weber is the Stories Project Manager, and the Administrative Specialist is Dana Hartley. Mia Miglafoli is our Grant Writer. Nicole Dama is our Social Media Expert, and Merlin Caswell Mackey creates marketing materials for publication across our sites. Steve Bretler from Small Fish Design maintains our website. We've also built a list of over 120 volunteers who will help with events and office coverage throughout the year. Finally, a dedicated steering committee, including city staff, continues to meet monthly to share information and updates with each other. And this is a group of people who have been doing this faithfully with the 3 of us in the last 5 years. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Bob Gillis.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank the Budget and Finance Committee for recommending the $100,000 grant to Gloucester Celebration Corporation for this year's events and programs. I'll say that and one of the caveats to that is that the city of Gloucester is intending to fund free events for all of its citizens. And that's been our goal from the start, either free or low cost events. And I can tell you up to this point, we've had 5 events. We had the New Year's Eve City Hall event, which was a blast. Kids had a great time, had a ball drop and everything, free event. We had the wonderful Overture to Gloucester at the Gloucester High School Auditorium on January 15th, free event. We had the Bruins alumni game, which we charged $10 per ticket for. The Bruins alumni recommended that we charge $25 to $30 per ticket, but we charged $10 per ticket. And what we did was we took 200 tickets right off the top and distributed them to the Open Door, Pathways, Wellspring House, the Police Community Impact Unit, and the Gloucester Housing Authority, and followed up on giving those tickets out to make sure that the families that they serve were going to be able to go to that game for free. And then there was a poetry and story reading event at Beauport that was also well attended, Beauport Hotel. That was a free event. And then we have a singer-songwriter series taking place at Machaca Restaurant. That's a free event. And you can look at our calendar, gloucesterma400.org, and you'll see our full calendar of events coming up. I won't take the time to outline them all, but many of them are free. And if we have our way, the rest of them will be free. But we have to cover our costs. And in addition to what we hope the city does, we have received great support from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts via Representative Ann Margaret Ferranti and Senator Bruce Tarr. And we've also received a lot of support from local corporations, local companies, individuals. The support's been tremendous. And the idea is of course, to put on great events and programs this year. So that's where we are. I'll turn it over to Bruce.
Thank you. Bruce, you are
Thank you,
unmuted.
Bob, Madam President, City Councilors, it's good to see you all. In the course of the last 40 years, I've talked to a lot of city councils and other mayors, and I think enough is enough. I'm simply going to say that I'm glad to be part of this effort, to bring whatever experience I can to the table from the 375th, which was held 25 years ago during my mayoral time, which was meant to be a dry run in a sense, to set up structures and models that we could put to use. Other than that, I'm available for your questions. And again, it's good to see you. Look forward to seeing all of you at subsequent events. Tony, it was wonderful to see you walking into Gloucester High School for the overture. And ditto to you, Val, for the Bruins game. Good stuff.
Thank you. And it's so nice to have our former mayor and former city council president as well on the call. So thank you, Bruce. And Ruth, would you like to introduce Elsha?
I don't see her, but I'm not sure is she here?
She had a panelist invite.
We invited her as a panelist.
No, I know, and we were with her this morning and went over this, but I don't see her.
Is she Gloucester 400 plus?
Wait a minute.
Yes.
That's what I was gonna say, yeah.
Sir. Yeah. Her hand is raised.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, we got her.
All right.
You want to bring her in? Do you want me to?
There she
Great.
is.
While you're doing that, Madam President, may I make one comment?
Of
There's
course.
someone who's not on this call with us, and her work was instrumental in the early days and into the pandemic period. And that was Laura Ventimiglia, who was our initial executive director and now is executive director emeritus. She was inspirational. She was knowledgeable. She had so much love in her heart for this project. Her work on the Stories Project, which is one of our legacies that will live on when 2023 is done. I would just give her a big tip of the hat and acknowledge her, even though she's not here with us today, because she was fabulous.
Thank you,
Great.
Bruce. It really just illustrates how much we've been working at this for a really long time.
Terrific. Elsha, welcome, and we'd love to hear from you. So I don't see.
Well, thank you. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not sure I can give you my face. When I took over from Laura, as you can see, I inherited the L. However, maybe you can remember me as Elsha, and that would be fine. My role has really been to develop the infrastructure and the team for this amazing event. And I have been blown away by the support of people in the community. We had and you were included in that as well. In December, we put out a sort of a friend-raising, soft fundraising letter to every single household in Gloucester. We told about what was happening. We invited every single person to participate. Many people opened their wallets, which was awesome, but many people chose to volunteer, which was awesome. And we just feel that this is an opportunity for Gloucester to shine. And one of the things that I'm especially proud of is all of the collaboration that is going on between all of the steering committee people, all of the heads of the nonprofits. It's really quite a remarkable thing. We meet monthly and we're thrilled to do that. And so I think I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. I could go on forever, but I won't take up more of your time. But I do appreciate a few moments to just say hello and tell you what an enormous responsibility, but also a great joy it is to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was nice sitting next to you at the Bruins game. That was certainly.
Yes, it was, Val. That was great. It was good to see you there.
So we're excited about this, and we'd like to open this up for any questions from counselors in terms of what your expectations are and ways that you might want to help. Does anybody have anything that they'd like to ask? Counselor Grow.
Just very quickly, two things. One, is there a plan for a big showstopper kind of happy birthday Gloucester event? Is there like one major event that's happening somewhere in the course of the year?
There are three major events. The Heritage Festival will be in the fall,
Mhm.
Maritime Festival, all of August leading into Schooner Festival. And remember that we have very strong partners in Cape Air Museum and Maritime Gloucester who are planning their own events around it being the 400. So, the Hopper exhibit at the Cape Air Museum, for example, is going to be an amazing event. So we also have springtime music. The event that's going on right now at Machaca, the singer-songwriter contest it's been really well received. And so just
ton of
stay up to
events.
date on our schedule. There are a lot of smaller, medium events in between the three seasons, spring, summer, and fall.
Great. Very quickly, normally I would ask this before doing it, but I took the liberty of taking a screenshot of your homepage and put it as my Facebook thing header. Can I get retroactive permission to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. I figured I got one of the pictures in there. I ought to have a little bit of latitude to.
Counselors, more questions for this great team? Counselor Gross.
Yeah, it's not really a question. It's just I want to thank Bruce, Ruth, and Bob, for their thinking about the less fortunate of Gloucester for the Bruins game. It was quite it was an eye opener when I was at Open Door, helping out with meals and seeing that big stack of free tickets to the Bruins game. I just thought that was what a fantastic thing to do for the young families of Gloucester. That was just really, really huge. And thank you so much for this incredible investment of your time that you guys have done. You talk about it going on for years now, and here we are right in the thick of it. To see it all bear fruit must be somewhat satisfying. And I'm always reminded, I have up in my office, I have one of the old porcelain on steel codfish that has a ribbon coming out of its mouth that says "To Gloucester." That was from Boston to Gloucester all the way on 127. Every pole or whatever. I mean, that was a pretty significant investment. Of course, Gloucester was hopping in 1923. But I just thank you so much for all the effort you guys have put into this.
And we're just here
Appreciate
to
it.
tell you, don't miss it. I mean, we're the three of us and Elsha and the staff are making it to as many events as we can. Really, don't miss it.
Great, thank you. And Counselor Nolan has his hand raised. Counselor.
It's not a question, it's a thank you for all of you. You're doing a great job. And I'll piggyback on Tony with the past experiences with the ceramics. But Gloucester is popping right now in 2023. So let's keep moving the momentum. We're doing well, and you guys are doing a great job. And I thank you all for everything. We're gonna have a great year.
Appreciate it, Sean.
Counselor O'Hara.
Thank you. Just want to thank the committee for, as other councils have, for your efforts and energies to make this year a very, very special year for everyone. And obviously with the upcoming visitor season, I'm sure everyone will enjoy it. Also want to note that the artwork for your commemorative medal is beautiful. I have a couple dating back 50 years that I were handed down, as I'm not that old. But the 400th one is as beautiful as the 350th, and I wish you well and thank you again.
Thank you, Jamie.
Anyone else like to ask a question or make a comment? Council O'Neill.
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm afraid I'm gonna be a little more pragmatic, if that's okay. Bob Gillis, you mentioned the $100,000 donation to the Gloucester Celebration Corporation. Is it the Gloucester Celebration Corporation or is it the Gloucester 400 plus?
No, I'm glad you asked the question, Tracy. Gloucester Celebration Corporation is a 501c3 nonprofit that was formed in anticipation of the 375th anniversary. So it's been around for over almost 25 years. And we've used the same umbrella corporation to support Gloucester's 400th anniversary. And in fact, it had, up until this time, it also covered the Gloucester Cenotaph on the Boulevard. That's a separate account. We don't intermingle any of our funds with theirs. And it also, up until recently, covered the World War II Memorial on the at Kent Circle. And they have since formed their own corporation, and they're doing their own thing, which is fine. I mean, we didn't intermingle our funds anyway, so that's what it is. I'm glad you asked that question, because people making contributions have to make the contribution to Gloucester Celebration Corp, because that's a 501c3 and the contributions are tax deductible.
And there is a board.
If I could jump in for 1 second, Madam President.
Of course.
I want to highlight the point that Bob just made. Fundraising on the scale that we've attempted, and with pretty good success, is fueled in large measure by the ability of donors to have that tax deduction. Gloucester 400 is an ad hoc committee doing the job, fueled by the gifts made to the 501c3. That was probably the most important lesson we learned in 1998, the absolutely critical role of having our own 501c3 vehicle. And lo and behold, I hate my life. And then, by the way, having the added benefit of other projects coming under the umbrella. I've been the director of that board since 1997, so I feel like a real old dog, unlike you, Jamie. But be that as it may, it's very important, Council, very important.
Okay, and may I ask through the chair another question?
Sure, you may. The floor is yours.
Okay, $100,000 is an awful lot of money. I know you've been working on this for a long time. It's just an awful lot of money. And I don't know how much money you spent on the Heritage Festival, the Maritime Festival. Will that all be shown to the city council? But I don't see how that can be, because if we approve $100,000 tonight, then you can spend it. It's already been approved. It doesn't matter how you spend it. You can spend it any way you want. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Madam President, if I may answer that.
Go ahead, Bruce, you have the floor again.
Like,
We've put together.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Councilor Nolan.
I don't want to take away from Tracy on this, but this is something that's in front of us on the consent agenda for review and from BNF. And I don't want to put the horse in front of the cart on anything that would come up that would jeopardize our vote on the money going to the Gloucester 400th. I'm sorry, Tracy, for breaking into this, but this is not the discussion for the money going to the 400th and their well worth cause. I think this needs to be stopped at that and brought forward at the time of the motion.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Counselor.
later in the meeting?
Yes, so
Okay.
I support Councilor Nolan's comments, so
Okay.
thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, councilors? Councilor Worthley, and thank you for
Yes.
sharing their website on your name tonight. That's awesome.
I figure every bit of ways we can help promote the effort, it's worth doing. So firstly, I want to echo Councilor Nolan and Councilor Gross's gratitude to the tri-chairs and the efforts that they're putting in. And this is all volunteer effort. So I think I want to make sure everyone knows that this is just out of the goodness of their hearts, they're putting time in, and you've got a powerhouse team. I was around for the 375th. I'm not that old. I think the second youngest councilor, but former Mayor Toby had asked me to help with some music programs. In fact, I think we started the Harbor Loop concert series that year. And we did something I thought was really remarkable, which was we brought music to the neighborhoods. You might remember that, Bruce. We had celebrations at Riverdale Park, Maplewood Park, cookouts, and it really became not just something for people who've been involved for years to celebrate, but also people who, young children who had no real exposure to the city of Gloucester. And ironically, I ran into Gap Lafata yesterday at City Hall, and I think, Bruce, if you remember, he was a chair for the 350th, and I think you may have consulted with him, and then here you are doing it again, so thank you. I guess I want to ask, are there programs that you envision that are as inclusive, and appreciate that there's been the donations of the tickets, but things that do outreach to some of the underprivileged people where they don't know that this is a big celebration? Are we doing something to reach out to those folks?
Well, I would say, Jeff, thank you. To the hockey game itself, we've been in touch with David Holden from Gloucester Housing Authority. He has gone to they have at Riverdale Park and the different facilities, the senior facilities, Willowwood, they have resident councils that meet monthly. And so he disseminated the information on the tickets to the resident councils. Open Door. We spent quite a bit of time with Sarah Grow at Open Door talking about the distribution of the tickets to their clients. And we wanted to get the right number to make sure the tickets were being used. It's not, to your point, it's more than just handing them out and saying, okay, good luck. Hopefully somebody comes. We really wanted to see these tickets get used. And Pathways, talked to Eric Mitchell there, and we gave them 50 tickets because that's what they felt was the right number. The Housing Authority actually ended up with 10 tickets for 3 different families. And Jeremiah Nicastro at the Community Impact Unit, they took, I think, 20 tickets, and also Wellspring House. Melissa at Wellspring House took tickets, but we spent time with them explaining that what we wanted to do and explaining that we really wanted the kids and their families to come to these games to make sure that that they had access to it.
Great.
Hey.
And I think just the outreach to those communities is remarkable, and just continue doing it. We've got 10 more months. Hopefully we can involve everybody. Thank you for all that you've done so far.
Thank you
Jeff.
all. And Ruth, would you mind doing a screenshot of your summary? That would be great.
Actually, I sent it to Joanne earlier. I don't know if you have it. I sent it to you too, Val.
Okay, yeah, I didn't put it on my my computer, but I think we have one more hand that's raised. Oh, Elsie, you have your hand raised, so
I did. I just wanted to add to the conversation about how we are reaching out to communities that generally do not get involved. One of the wonderful programs we have is a sailing program this summer. And so as Isabel Pett is putting together a wonderful program of reaching out to communities that can't afford to go on these beautiful schooners that we have in the harbor and that go sailing. And so we're specifically creating a program and working with the various schooners to bring families and children aboard to experience the kind of things that the rich folk come to Gloucester to do. So I just wanted to add that one example of a program specifically designed for reaching out to those families. And thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So to give this information to all of you, it's the website is https://www.gloucesterma400.org. And if you have any questions, you can send it to info@gloucesterma400.org. And the two addresses are P.O. Box 603, Gloucester, Mass. 01930, and 123 Main Street, Gloucester, Mass. 01930. But the information is all on the website. And I'd also like to add one more thing before we conclude this conversation. At the end of every meeting, from now until the end of the year, we're going to do a little bit of an overview, just like as a selling thing for the community who's there listening. And I thought it would be kind of fun to share the floor. So we'll all do it by roll call. So whomever is up for that particular night will get to read that at the end of the meeting. So people can really get a feel for what's coming up. And it's kind of a blurb that the Tri-Chairs developed for us. So it's exciting. And we couldn't be happier to have you here tonight. So if there's anything else that any of the Tri-Chairs have to say, or Elsha, I think we're ready to move on to the next order of business.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you
all
guys.
for your service. I appreciate it.
Your
Keep up the
leadership,
good work.
Thanks, councilors.
Already.
so proud of you. Thank you all. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The next order of business is the consent agenda.
Councilors, would anyone like to remove any matter off the consent agenda? Councilor Nolan.
I'd like to pull off number 1 under information only regarding the communication dated February 18, 2023 to Councilor Nolan from Fred Cowan, and will advise the City Council that Mr. Cowan is declining the public recognition and the request to withdraw his name from this award. Thank you.
Okay, so we need to vote that. So you've removed that. So let's pause on that and then we'll get back to that. Would anyone else like to remove anything that's on the consent agenda? I have 2 matters I'd like to remove. City Council 2013-017 Gilman, review of the annual salary of city councilors pursuant to City Charter 2-3 to determine if it should be increased. And then the second is similarly City Council 2023-018 Gilman, review of the annual salary of the mayor pursuant to City Charter 3-1C to determine if it should be increased and effective on January 1st, 2024. I just wanted to say that this was as a result of Steve Aiello being on the call a couple of times and telling us that he thought that we should at least be considering this. Probably 6 months ago, Tony Gross had put through a similar type of order for the school committees. And we made a small increase for them. And we felt that this was another part of this. And you know that the effective date is for new councilors and new mayors, and it's effective in January 1st. And so we will be taking that back and referring that to O&A. And at that point, we also have some salary data from all of the competitive municipalities in the North Shore, as well as the state to look at. So that will be a decision that O&A will make and then make a recommendation to the full council. Go ahead, Councilor Gross, you have something to remove from?
Should this be a dual referral? Shouldn't this also go to BNF?
I talked to Joanne about this. Do you want to reflect on what you had said? Because we did talk about that.
We did talk about it, and what happened in the past years, it's gone to O&A. It could go to both subcommittees, standing committees, but the standing committees has a right to take up a matter, even if it's not before them. So looking at the past history, it's always gone to ONA. It hasn't gone to BNF. And then one time when it was referred to BNF, one counselor just said, well, ONA already voted it. Why did it have to come to BNF? So I'm just going with past history that it's gone to ONA, and it is the ordinance change. So it's in the ordinance. So that's why we sent it to ONA.
Yeah, I know what, from the Waterways Board, it always got referred. Any fee changes went to both.
You call, you can, well, you can vote the consent agenda as amended because 3 things have been pulled off.
Okay,
And then take up each item separately, and then you can vote to refer it to ONA and BNF.
okay.
Right.
Anyone else want to remove anything from the consent agenda? Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of information only, communications from Frederick Cowan, and the 2 that I just mentioned on Gilman, 2023-017 and 2023-018?
So moved.
Moved by Council Gross, seconded by Councilor Memard, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
yes,
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. So now back to Councilor Nolan's request. We have to vote this separately because he removed it. I think he did his explanation. Is there anything else that you wanted to say, Councilor Nolan?
Nope, except for I so move.
Okay. Councilor Nolan, let's see, I guess, so you're making the motion, moving the motion,
Yes, I am.
and I will second it. Roll call vote, councilors?
What is the motion?
Oh, we have to,
It's for information only.
Yeah, this doesn't require.
Information
a
only.
vote.
information only, but we need to, we've removed it and it needs to be voted at this point because he had brought this off the consent agenda. Vote to accept for information only. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
yes,
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, accepting that for information only. And then the 2 that I put in, can we just vote that as one, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, you can vote to
Okay.
refer to ONA and BNF.
Okay, so I'd like to amend what I said earlier and refer both of these matters 2023-017 and 2023-018 to both ONA and BNF. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made, seconded by Council Worthley. Roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
yes,
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the standing committee report of the budget and finance meeting of February 23rd, 2023.
And I'd like to turn control of the meeting over to Council Memard, Chair of BNF.
We had a full agenda, and in the interest of the public hearing and timing tonight, I'm going to go through it as a consent agenda, and then if anyone has anything they'd like to pull off, they can do so. I guess we're going to start by pulling off number 2, which is the COLA adjustment for our Gloucester contributory retirement system, which we want to discuss separately. But so I'm going to skip that. But the other items, well, item number one is the one that Councillor O'Neill referenced, which is $100,000 transfer from the general fund to the Gloucester 400th celebration for the purpose of making funds available to the Gloucester 400th committee. Tracy, do you want to still pull that off?
Yes,
Pull it off?
please.
Okay, so we have item number 1 and item number 2 that are pulled off. So
Item
let's-
number 13.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The color's 13.
Okay,
On your consent agenda, they are numbered differently. Because
Okay.
they took them out of order and
I
they,
think they're ordered in this consent agenda by the order in which we took them at Budget and Finance that night, not as the original posted agenda.
okay. So we're removing item.
Is it number 10?
Item number 1 is the memorandum from our CFO relating to the transfer of $100,000 for.
Right.
Gloucester
So we're going to
400.
remove number 10 and number 13. So go on, Counselor, start with the unanimous consent agenda.
Okay, moving down here, item number 3 is a memorandum from the Health Department requesting acceptance of a donation to the Massachusetts Community Health and Aging Grant in the amount of $1,000 for the Cape Ann Seniors on the Go. The next item, number 4 on our agenda, was accepting a $99,000 grant from the Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs for seawall and dam repair and removal. And specifically, this is the Haskell Dam, which required environmental cleanup based on having been used as a firing range. And the state is stepping up for that. There's no local match. Number 5 I have is the environmental engineer requesting acceptance of a GAP 3 grant in the amount of $80,203.05, which is for a improving energy efficiency in the city's drinking water facilities, specifically overhaul or replacement of several pumps in 2 of the facilities. And there is a local match of $19,084.95. Item number 6 is a memorandum from the Assistant Department of DPW regarding recycling dividends grant in the amount of $16,800 with no matching grant required. Number 7 from the Community Development Director requesting acceptance of Massachusetts Cultural Council grant awards for the Rocky Neck Cultural District in the amount of $15,000 and the Harbortown Cultural District also in the amount of $15,000. Item number 8 is a memorandum relating to accepting a grant in the amount of $11,000 for the Clean Vessel Act Pump Out Boat Grant from the U.S. Department of the Interior for the purpose of providing disposal of sewerage from vessel holding tanks, portable toilets, and shoreside pump out facilities at the Harbor Master's office. Number 9 includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 separate items totaling $118,667 relating to 7 Harbor Master transfers from within their Waterprise Enterprise Fund for funding temporary repairs for temporary wages for a second launch, signage and electrical repair at the dock due to storm damage, repairing and upgrading the 23-foot Parker electronics and hull to maintain for the Catholic pile protection. Additionally, for $5,000 for supplies to outfit a new launch and a new patrol boat, including life rings, mooring lines, and fenders. And another $5,000 for the purpose of supplementing the Waterways motor gas account due to gas and diesel price increases. The next one was Waterprise Enterprise Fund transfers to the purpose of purchasing uniforms and safety gear for the new hires in the amount of $2,000. The next one was, the 42,000, excuse me. $42,467 transfer from Waterways Enterprise Fund undesignated fund balance to the retained earnings account of the Waterways General Stabilization Account. Item number 10, and that concludes the Harbor Masters items.
Thank
In
you.
terms of the Budget and Finance Committee report, and that's the committee report, other than the first items as pulled off. A motion to accept.
Is there a motion to accept the unanimous consent agenda with the exception of items 10 and 13?
So moved.
So I heard Gross made the motion, I believe, and Council O'Neill seconded it. Roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, it's have it. In favor, 0 opposed. Now we're going to take up the memorandum from CFO in 2023 SA 22 in the amount of $100,000 per the request of Councilor O'Neill. So Council Member, would you like to give us a narrative on that so we can get it?
I'll simply read, I mean, the Budget and Finance Committee voted 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 Councilor Worthley absent to recommend that the City Council approve supplemental appropriation 2023 SA number 22 in the amount of $100,000 from the general fund, undesignated fund balance, free cash, to Gloucester 400th Celebration Other Special Revenue Account, Fund number 3382, for the purpose of making funds available to the Gloucester 400th Committee, and specifically as presented by members of the committee and as described to you earlier this evening, for supporting free events within the community.
Okay, so that's the narrative, and can you move that so we can discuss it?
So moved, sorry.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Council Gross. Councilors, what questions do you have? And Council O'Neill.
Yes, firstly, I'm glad Bruce Toby and Ruth Pino are still here. I need to apologize, that didn't come out quite right. I'm just wondering, will we be getting a report on how much you spend on different venues or different items? Will we get a report for that?
Councilors, do you want to suspend the rules of procedures and ask the guests to answer that? Any objection with that? Seeing none?
Madam President?
Go ahead. You're back at the City Council right now, Bruce. So if you can answer that, it would be great. Thank you.
I will, and thank you for giving us the leave to be heard on that question. We're absolutely going to be reporting back frequently on our activities and how this money is being put to use. It's important money. We've put together a very tight conservative budget. We've underestimated revenues and we've overestimated costs so that we have realistic expectations. And if we can find an upside in that, that'll be great. That includes a contingency of $100,000, which is already being tested because practically daily we're getting new requests. Just the other day, we had a conference call about a substantial event that I think would be exciting to all hands, but I have to leave it at that for now. Without this money, we would either have to cut programming or start charging people to attend the events in order to keep them. So we would hope that the council would see this through with us, knowing that we'll be reporting back as things go, as the months pass, and we don't intend this to be a single visit, and won't be the last you'd be hearing from us.
Council, thank you. Bruce. Counselor Grow. you have the
Are we,
floor.
are we deliberating or asking questions? Because I don't have any questions.
Okay, I think we're ready to deliberate, unless Counselor O'Neill has further questions.
Yep, I didn't quite. How will you be reporting what you spend? I'm sorry to keep asking these questions, but it's an awful lot of money, and I don't mean to downplay the importance and the hard work. I'm just wondering how a city councilor or the city council can follow the expenditures, I guess.
Madam President?
Go ahead, you have the floor.
This has been an interesting discussion earlier this evening because it gave us indicators I think we can use that'll be very telling for the proposition that it's gone to the use that's been spoken of, making sure that our events are open and free for the public so that participation can be broad and wide. So for example, the outreach we do on the several identified events to underserved communities whom we want to help out, giving you records of how those events did in fact turn out. And the attendance that was had. Though, again, we hope y'all will be there to see for yourselves. One of them is a DEIA, the Plus, Gloucester 400 Plus event. That's going to be a unique act of outreach in its own right, maybe several. So I think you're going to have to stay tuned. We're going to gather evidence. And we can tell you about how these events went, what the costs were, and how that money was put to good use to make sure all folks in Gloucester have this event as we want it to be, open and accessible and free.
Thank you. Our CAO has her hand raised.
Hi, thank you, Madam President. To back up what Bruce said and to let Councilor O'Neill know. So I've been working with the Gloucester 400 Plus committee since I started as community development director. They have come leaps and bounds on their fundraising and their bookkeeping and all the above. As the 501c3, they're required to submit their tax returns anyway, but one of the first things that Mayor Verga, this administration, said was we'd like to see your profit and loss statements and all your bookkeeping records and how you're keeping track of individual gifts, right? It's like any 501c when you receive what's called a restricted gift, Neil. So, if you want to request them from us, we're more than happy to share what we get back from them. We need to account for all of their funding as well.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I think we've suspended the rules of procedures to get the questions answered, and now we're ready for the discussion on the motion. Any further discussion, councilors, before we vote? Councilor Grow.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilor O'Neill's diligence on this, but I do kind of want to push back a little bit in the sense that I know that $100,000 seems like a lot of money, but it ain't a lot of money when it comes to something as big on this scale and as complex, as involved as this is. And I give you some perspective. When I did the World War II Veterans Project, I did that all on my own time and whatnot. But when we decided to do the gallery show at City Hall, we raised money for that from community members and things. That show alone cost well over $12,000 in fundraised money, plus the money that I put in personally. And that was for one show for 3 weeks and one event. And, you've got printing costs, you've got event costs, you've got all these things and it really adds up incredibly quickly. I'm frankly surprised they're not asking for more. And I'm sure that they've been fundraising their fannies off, but it's really literally, I think, the least the city can do to contribute to her own birthday party.
Councilor Nolan and then Councilor O'Neill.
I too kind of feel the same way as Jason. I'm surprised it wasn't more money. I would have voted for more money. It's a celebration of 400 years of the city, and people are going to gain access to entertainment and cultural and life experiences that happens in the city. Not just free, but the actual ability to be here for everybody. And I'm almost kind of embarrassed that we're having a discussion over $100,000.
Council O'Neill, you have the floor on the motion.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Grow and Councilor Nolan. I'm glad that $100,000 is not a lot of money for you. I look at it from my Ward 2 perspective. $100,000, how many roads would that pave? And I'm not complaining, I just want to put it into my perspective. Church Street, Pine Street, Caledonia Place, Mason Street is, senior citizens use Mason Street to get to Shaw's at Railroad Ave, and they can barely walk down the street is so bad. So that's where I'm coming from, is I see $100,000, how many, and I'm gonna vote for this, most likely. It's just that I look at it, like I said, is how many streets would that repair? How many sidewalks would that repair? How many roads? It's just, Ward 2 is in a state of disrepair. It needs a lot of work. And to give $100,000 is a lot of money. That's just my perspective.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Grow,
Yes.
Councilor Majota,
Absolutely.
Councilor Memard,
Yes.
Councilor Nolan,
100%.
Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley. Councilor Worthy,
You're on mute.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, the yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. And then the final matter that we removed from the consent agenda, the unanimous consent agenda, was memorandum from the CFO, Gloucester Contributory Retirement System Cost of Living Adjustment. So I'll turn that back to Councilor Memard for the official motion, if you don't mind making again, and then we will have a discussion.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Budget and Finance voted 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and Councilor Worthley was absent at another commitment to recommend that the City Council approve a one-time additional 2% cost of living, or COLA adjustment pursuant to Chapter 269 of the Acts of 2022 from a maximum 3% to 5% of the COLA base, and I so move.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilor Memard, and I believe it was Councilor Gross that I heard with the first second. Is there a discussion, councilors? Councilor Worthley.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't able to attend the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, but Councilor Memhard asked me to submit some information in writing, which I did. I'll just summarize it real briefly. I think that when we talk about retirees, when we talk about seniors, I think we need to have perspective, right? This raise for anybody making $14,000 or more will be $280. Inflation last year was 8.7%. Social Security, which none of these pensioners get, that went up 8.7%. And we're adding 2% to the retirement board's 3% already. It's $280. Their food bill went up by more than $280. Their oil bill went up by more than $280. Their real estate taxes went up by more than $280. And a lot of people look at city jobs as luxurious in some way, but I think we all know Duke Porter, for example. He retired in 1984 at $19,000 a year pension. So there's been adjustments as we go, but we're not talking about wealthy people here. We're talking about the people who really are the backbone of our community. And some of these people are struggling. And this is the very least we can do. And so I will be glad to support this, and I hope that my colleagues will join me in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion, councilors? Councilor Gross.
Yeah, just I'm glad that Councilor Worthley brought up that point about, you know, the older retirees, because that's what we have, a whole lot of older retirees who are not, it's like, you know, they were not the beneficiaries of the current salaries and pay scales, which are still somewhat woefully insufficient, but at least they're better. But they're living with, you know, $1990 in 2023. So this is really a very needed move and warranted. That's about it. That's all I.
Thank you, Councilor Gross. Councilor Grow.
Yeah, I think it's really important for us to look at the history of inflation and how pensions don't keep up with that, and that every percent that we don't match with inflation is a percent eliminated from someone's pension and income. And I just, not only should we, I think personally, I know that we don't have the funding for it, but we really should be matching inflation for these folks, because they're losing spending power every day. With that in mind, I'm gonna take off my city councilor hat a little bit and put a little pitch for folks to really reach out to the agencies in the city that are there to assist you. Action with energy assistance, the Open Door with meals, groceries, food deliveries, medically tailored meals. So if you have diabetes or if you have a health issue, they not only will provide you that food, they will deliver it to you. So you don't have to get down to the Open Door yourself. There's a lot of, every day I get stories about people who lived in this community their whole life, who either didn't know that they could go to the Open Door, were worried about how it would look if they went, which is unfortunate because no one deserves to be hungry or to worry about whether the meals are coming from. And the Open Door and Action both are there for you, and they have lots of opportunities to get you the resources that you genuinely deserve. So,
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion, Councilor Memard?
I'd just like to follow up and echo Councilor Worthley and Councilor Gross and Councilor Gro's comments, and especially that of taking advantage of the services that are available without stigma. I'd just like to recognize the number of retirees in the city who've reached out to the council over the last couple of weeks, aware that this was on the agenda for the retirement board. We talked with Kenny Costa, our city auditor, who also serves on that board. It was recommended to us to endorse this step, and I look forward to doing so.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you. I just want to mimic what most all councilors have said pertaining to this issue. The retirees are very important, and survival is important. You know, inflation is extremely high. We all know that. But reverting back to just, and I want to change the subject, but just touch on what Councilor O'Neill referred to regarding the 100,000. And I'm not talking about the 100,000, but we as a council, we are voted by our constituents to represent them and represent their spending, if you will. So although this is extremely important, we as a council have to be cognizant that ultimately this is taxpayer money that we're talking about, and there's only so much of it. They can only bleed so much. We can only raise taxes so much, water and sewer and alike. So I am supportive of this, but again, we have to be cognizant. I think the questions that Councilor O'Neill asked are legitimate, just check and balances. So this is no different. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion, councilors? Councilor Nolan.
2% is not enough. I mean, it is what we can afford, but this is something we have to look forward to with helping in the future to try to help out with that. Pensions are very complicated. You have offset expenditures during your term while working versus Social Security and contributions. All our retired workers in the city of Gloucester, we owe them a huge debt. I wish we could afford to do more, but right now we can do the two, and I'll support that. Thank you.
Okay, so rules of procedure, rule 6. No member shall speak more than once until all members have spoken. Has anyone here not spoken yet on this motion that wishes to speak? Seeing none, Council Worthley, you have the floor to speak for a second time.
I just want to thank the mayor for sending this to the council for us so we could vote on this. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Absolutely, yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
So I want to just mention that the Ordinance and Administration Standing Committee did not meet on Monday, February 20th, because it was a holiday. So the next item would be Planning and Development Standing Committee report of February 8th, 2022.
Council Grow, our Chair of P&D. You have the floor. You're muted, Jason.
February 20th.
There we go. I thought I'd done it. We had a couple of discussions. One was the two events that are coming up, the St. Peter's 5K road race, which will be happening on June 22nd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. at Stage Fort Park. Sorry, I'm losing my mind here. And then the other one is the Lone Gull 10K race in September 24th, 2023. We approved both those events. And the only other issue that was up for discussion was an application for a special permit to legalize it's an existing 7 units, but it's actually only a legal 5 unit, and it's turning into an 8 unit. So that will be coming for us for a public hearing on, I believe, the first week of April. What did we decide on that? I can't remember, to be honest with you. But that will be coming for, sorry?
March 14th.
Thank you, March 14th. I knew it was somewhere around there. But that's in our packet, and that'll be there for a public hearing. And that was the end of that. That's all we had.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna suspend the rules of procedure and allow Kenny Costa to speak. He's got his hand raised, and he's our auditor, and he's very important. So without objection, councilors. Kenny.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. I just wanted, because it was in the part of the standing committee reports, the summary of the OPEB special meeting from February 9th. I can talk about that if the committee is, or if the city council, is able. It's in the agenda.
Councilors, we have a lengthy public hearing. Do you want to do this right now? It is on the agenda, so.
Can you give us the nickel tour?
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be brief, very
Go ahead.
brief. Thank you.
You have the
So here's a
floor.
brief summary. OPEB, it stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. These are benefits that include other retiree benefits except for pension benefits. So we're talking about retiree health insurance. This report, it's required under the GASB 7475. These are for our financial statements. In GASB, it's Government Accounting Standards Board. So Danny Rhodes and Fabrice Camayu from the Siegel Group made a special presentation to the Budget and Finance Committee and the Committee of the Whole on February 9th. If any city councilor was not able to attend the meeting, I recommend watching the Zoom recording for more information related to the OPEB report. OPEB it's not new. It's an issue across the Commonwealth and the country. This is about the fourth presentation in the last decade that Danny Rhodes has presented to the city. And also our outside auditors as well have discussed this liability. Tony Roselli, when he comes in for the annual audit, he has discussed this liability. So I just want to let you, it is a large liability. It's $149 million approximately as of June 30th, 2022. However, there's no statutory requirement at this time to fund the liability. The good news is we do have an OPEB trust fund with approximately 1.7 million currently in the fund. The city has appropriated 450,000 from free cash annually in the last 2 years. Also to note, in 2034, the city's pension liability should be nearly fully funded at that time, and we'll have a pension windfall, so we can divert a large portion of the windfall to the OPEB liability and make more meaningful contributions. And I also expect at that time, the state, there may be a statutory requirement to fund OPEB, similar to the same situation we have now with the pension. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that there were a lot of questions that were asked in that meeting. So councilors, does anyone have a question for our auditor? Council Grow and then Council O'Neill.
I don't really have a question about your report because I don't want to get too into the weeds of that. Do we have the report on the website? Can people download this and look at it themselves if we put that up there?
I can make it available on the auditor's webpage. The report was included as part of the special meeting.
But I'm hoping that if people are interested, they can go to the website and download it themselves.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you.
Great, that would be awesome. Thank you. Council O'Neill.
Yes, that was basically my question. It was recorded as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And would that be on the auditor's page as well, or would
No,
that be
it's on
being?
ours.
No,
It's
I
on our-
believe it's in the remote meetings.
I'm sorry?
I believe it's in the remote public meetings section of the website that you'll
Right,
be able
but-
to.
Under, is it under auditors or is it under budget and finance or?
Under BNF.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, Council Worthley.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Kenny. I know we have a lot on our agenda tonight, but I also don't want to dismiss how important this is. We don't need to belabor it now, but this is something we really should be focusing on. Kenny, in 2034, if we have funded our pension liability to the amount that is necessary, in that year, the city's budget requires, I think, about a $25 million contribution to the pension fund, which is about double what we're paying now, if I remember. If that's fully funded and if this is a windfall, we might be able to contribute more towards this OPEB, other post-employment benefits. I'm trying to get used to not saying acronyms. But if this becomes a statutory responsibility of the city, how far along are we right now in terms of funding this? I think the number was under 2%. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, because we started back 10 years ago. I believe our first contribution was about $50,000, and we're now at $450,000 the last 2 years.
And what is the current liability?
The liability is $149 million.
And does that number stay static or does it go up as more people retire?
Well, actually, from the last report, it actually did decrease about 70 million, just based off health trends. So it could decrease or it could increase based off health insurance trends. But I do expect that number to increase in the future.
I just wanted attention to this because this might be some tough decisions we have to make down the road.
We're going to go to Councilor Nolan. So we need to share the floor, but you have one more question to ask.
No, I just want to say that this is something where we might have to be making decisions about what we prioritize and what we may have to do. These are legal obligations that we've committed to over the years for our retirees and their benefits. So I know time is of the essence for other things, but let's not forget this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Nolan.
Yeah, I actually didn't have a question. Thank you.
Okay. I thought I saw your hand raised. I'm sorry. Anyone else that hasn't spoken?
For a
on this?
different matter.
Council Memard, are you good? Go ahead. You have the floor, Councilor
You
Memard.
muted, you muted.
I just wanted to thank Kenny for bringing this to our attention. We tried to put it on the prior budget and finance report to the whole council, and I lapsed in the excitement of one of our formal meetings, not to bring Kenny in on to address this, but as Councilor Wordley states clearly, and as Kenny knows very, very well, and all the Budget and Finance Committee members, this is a very big liability of the city to fund in the long term, and it's a big number. You know, if we're worried about $100,000 for the 400th, you know, this puts that in a little bit of perspective in terms of the obligations of the city that are before us. But I think we're managing it reasonably and responsibly within the limits of what, as a municipality, we can do, and we're not unique by any means. Other communities within this Commonwealth of Massachusetts are better or worse than us, but it is an important issue to keep on our radar and in our perspectives. And thank you again, Kenny, for bringing it forward so that everybody had a chance just to hear those words.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councilor O'Hara, you have your hand raised.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what Councilor, Councilor Worthley said. It's huge money, and we're looking at huge expenditures coming down the pipeline for the city of Gloucester, and more importantly, the taxpayers. So again, not to repeat myself, but back to what Councilor O'Neill said, we as a council, it's so easy to give away money, but this is taxpayers' money. We have to be cognizant of it. And I appreciate Councilor Worthley bringing this up. Appreciate Kenny telling the public what the status is. Thank you.
And councilors, I can't emphasize enough that it was a very robust conversation with a lot of tough and good questions. So I would encourage you to read, to watch it again if you're still confused. And if you're confused after that, because it is confusing, Kenny Costa works for the city council, and he would be happy to give any individual member here a tutorial because it's very complicated. So thank you so much, Kenny, for reminding us that we couldn't overlook that matter tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, absolutely.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The next order of business is public hearing 2023-004, rezoning 2022-006 to amend Gloucester zoning ordinance by deleting section 5.5 lowlands and replacing it with a new 5.5 floodplain overlay district, and amend sections 1.5, 1.8, 5.8, 5.9, and 5.15 to introduce potential flood-related impacts as permit review criteria. This was continued from February 14th.
I'd like to open up the public hearing.
Point of order.
Wait a sec. Okay, so what is, Councilor Nolan, your hand is raised. What is the point?
I don't have a point of order. I'm just asking for a 3-minute recess before we get into the public hearing for a long meeting.
That's what I was going to ask. Thank you.
Okay, so this does require a roll call vote. So there's a motion by Councilor Nolan, and I bet seconded by Councilor Councilor O'Neill, I'm sorry, to take can we do a 5-minute recess? Until
Yes.
7? Okay, roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Grow,
Sure.
Councilor Majota,
Yes.
Councilor Memard,
Yes, let's put it to good use.
Councilor Nolan,
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara,
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Recess until 7:30.
Frank, you've been very stable lately.
Yeah, I had to get a new computer, so everything's been good.
Excellent.
So.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
No.
Can you hear us, counselors? Okay, great, thank you. So I'm just checking to make sure all the counselors are back here. Rose, Worthley's not back. Nolan is here, Jeff's here. Okay, Tracy is here. Frank. Council O'Hara. He's here. Okay, I think we're all back. So, so I believe did I hit the gavel? I opened the public hearing. And before we proceed, what I'd like to do is just kind of summarize where we stand. At the February 14th meeting, this duly advertised public hearing, as summarized in Rule 4 of our council rules of procedure, included a presentation from our planning director, followed by 3 minutes from proponents and opponents. 2 residents spoke in favor, 2 spoke in opposition, 1 was neither in favor or opposition. This information is all on page 241 of tonight's February 14, 2023 packet. Our city clerk communicated that there were no communications received before the close of business 72 hours before the duly advertised public hearing of February 14, 2023. After a brief discussion about continuing the public hearing until the next regularly scheduled city council meeting, Councilor Grow made a motion. It was seconded by Councilor O'Neill to continue to February 28, 2023, a date specific. Councilor Gilman stated that this matter will start at councilor questions, where this is where we left off. So this is where we begin tonight. And as you see, similar to an in-person meeting, our city clerk and our city solicitor are with me in the harbor master's office. So we are able to pause and discuss any technical questions that need to be researched and explained, such as zoning section 1-1.11.4 section B, parliamentary procedure, and city charter information. So we're simulating what it's like to be live, and I think that that's really important when we have an important public hearing. So we are now at council questions, and in order to share the floor to be fair to all, we are going to allow councilors to ask their questions in 2 rounds, starting with a roll call, starting with the person on the roll call vote, who is me, but I'm going to be the last one to speak, as I always do. So it would be starting with Councilor Gross. The first round will be 5 minutes each on the matter of content questions. These questions will be answered by Greg Catamatore, Planning Director. Just to explain how we're going to do that, the questions that you have submitted to him, you will be asking those on your own tonight, and you'll be timed on the time that you're taking to ask your questions, not the answer, just you having the floor asking the question. And Joanne has offered to do the timekeeping, and when it gets to like 10 or 15 seconds before 5 minutes, she will give you a heads up. So that is going to be our protocol. And then the other type of questions, which will have a second round, but you all will get up to 5 minutes, will be on process questions. And the process questions, we have both Suzanne Egan here and Joanne Sinos, and they will be the ones answering the process questions. Okay, it's a little confusing, but our rules of procedure is silent on the questioning part. It only talks about what the deliberation discussion part is. So we want to stay true to being fair to all. So I think that this process is a fair one. Before we get started, Councilor Grow, on this topic of questions only.
No, absolutely. And I'm actually looking forward to this. I think it's going to be great. we did solicit questions from the public that were submitted to Greg Catamatore prior to the meeting. I'm just wondering where those questions are going to get answered. Can we give him an opportunity to address the questions that were initially submitted to him so that we're not repeating them and not using our own time to ask?
No, he is going to ask us to ask the questions that we submitted to him. So if you submitted to Greg 3 or 4 questions, those are the questions that you will ask. Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none. So we will start with Councilor Gross on the questions of this particular zoning matter. So you have up to 5 minutes, and every time you end your question, Joanne's going to stop the timer. So that will mean that you're not taking your time when Greg Catamatore is explaining the answer. Okay, so Councilor Gross, you have the floor for any questions on content.
On content, on 0.5.5.5, this is really not, I guess it's a question. Can we change it at this time from conservation administrator to conservation agent? Because I'm assuming, my question is, I'm assuming that that's the same person.
Greg Catamatore, introduce yourself to everybody who might be new on the call, and welcome to our meeting tonight.
Good evening. Sorry about that. I have too many windows opened and I lost my cursor, so I couldn't unmute myself. Greg Catamatore, Planning Director. I believe this was a question that may have been raised by Councilor Worthley during the last session. If there are going to be proposed revisions to the ordinance, it certainly would make sense to do that before your final motion. That was not something that was included in the draft from the Planning and Development Standing Committee, but I agree that if that is the position that's going to be identified as supporting the administration of this ordinance, that it should be agent rather than administrator. Administrator is one that's very commonly used, and that's what was provided from the draft from the state, but I agree with both Councilor Worthley and Councilor Gross that it should reflect agent if that's the position that helps to administer.
Okay, thank you. Administratively, Councilor Gross, can you keep note of these amendments on your form? So when you make the final motion, that you know what these amendments are. So this would be to, on 5.5.5 to delete administrator and add agent. Okay, so now we're gonna start. That only took you 15 seconds, Councilor Gross. So
do I get another one?
You got 5 minutes, baby.
5 minutes of asking questions.
All right.
I'm really excited now.
My next question is, it being the conservation now agent, is this the appropriate place for this to happen? Because all permits have to go before conservation, before they go to the building department for a building permit. So wouldn't this be the natural place for this to be, is my question.
So you can identify a number of different agents of the city or officials of the city to assist with the administration of this ordinance. The conservation agent position currently is the floodplain administrator for the city. So when there's interaction with FEMA on either map amendments or, and again, as you pointed out, the FEMA floodplain is a wetland resource that is administered the permitting wise by the Conservation Commission, which is supported by the conservation agent. So it seemed like it was consistent with the role and function of the job description that we have for the conservation agent. And again, because the agent would be reviewing every application within the floodplain, it's an appropriate position to support the administration of the ordinance. I also make it clear that all the determinations of consistency or inconsistency or compliance with the zoning ordinance rest with the building commissioner. But this is basically a support staff that would help administer this ordinance.
All right, that's all I got.
Okay, you still had 4 minutes and 23 seconds. So next question.
I'll take his 4 minutes and 33 seconds.
No, you can't.
No
leave
deal.
it loud. So Counselor Grow, you have 5 minutes to ask your.
It's not fair because I got all the residents' questions as well. So let's go through those very quickly, Greg, since I've already submitted them to you. We had a couple of questions from folks asking about how this impacts taxes and insurance rates. And then also a question about whether or not we can or it would be justifiable to do a delayed start, delayed enactment of the ordinance moving forward.
Okay, 2 questions from Counselor Grow.
Well, it's really nested with like 3, but anyway, I think the question, the question of insurance rates, this ordinance has no impact on insurance rates. They are set between the insurer and the guidelines that the National Flood Insurance Program provides them. So there's nothing really that we're doing here that if someone is in the floodplain right now and they have whatever policy they might have, if maps are changed by FEMA, we do not make any changes to the mapping. That could be reflective of how their premiums might change. There's also been a lot of activity at the federal level in the legislature considering changing the way insurance policies are assessed, but that rests with the federal government. It is nothing that we are doing to impact insurance. With regard to tax, I think this may be a question of, in particular in the section 557 that deals with potential limitations on future development in these areas. The only way that taxing would probably change is if those properties are sold and resold in a different manner than they are currently, but that's reflective of any change in the real estate market. So we don't really know, what the impact that would necessarily have. I would probably extend this to some of the other questions about people being concerned about being able to repair their homes if they're in the floodplain. There's nothing in this ordinance that would prohibit them from doing that. It's only a limitation in some instances on the expansion, but if there's an existing structure that's damaged or somebody wants to elect to make improvements, they can do so. They will have to apply the applicable codes as to what they would have to do from a construction standpoint, but it's not prohibiting them from maintaining what they have. So, the further question on taxing, as I pointed out, the one that's probably concerning also not only for property owners, but also for the council, what exactly are we doing? How are we impacting these properties? Many of the lots that I referred to that were 100% within the velocity zone, which this ordinance would propose to have a prohibition of new construction in, are very low value because they have very little potential. Many of them are undersized or don't have the adequate frontage, and they are very low down and impacted on an annual basis by coastal storms. Along Magnolia, the water side of Shore Road, along the back shore, many of those properties are assessed at around $5,000. I'm not sure if that's the lowest amount that the assessors can actually assess property, but they're very low value. The impact of having this prohibition, I don't think has a lot of change to that valuation.
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer all 3?
Yeah, I think so. Well, we haven't talked about the delayed enactment of the.
Delayed enactment is maybe one that you might want to talk about in the realm of procedure later.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, so getting on to the next nested question. So when we talk about being in compliance, the conservation agent is the determinant of whether or not it's compliant or not. Does that automatically go to Concom, and is there automatically a butter notification and public hearing process at that point? And then I'm going to get to, well, let's go ahead and answer that question first.
Well, again, I see this more as a kind of a teamed approach to the administration of this ordinance. The building inspector or the building commissioner, they are the ones that know the construction performance standards that have to be applied in the building code, state building code, which is handed down essentially from the FEMA floodplain construction standards from the federal level. So that part of it is definitely in the wheelhouse of the building commissioner. As well, there are dimensional standards that are being applied in this that would be a determination as well from the building inspector. But from providing the information and also the permit review that's also going to have to occur with the Conservation Commission, that again is the reason why to have that position as one being supporting this administration of this ordinance.
Right. Okay.
So from your question about public hearing and that type of thing, again, there's a small section of performance standards that are being applied. Those are zoning requirements. Those will then have to be reflective in an application to the Conservation Commission. So it's a little bit of a, kind of a synergy between this is what the zoning ordinance says, and then there should be a complementary proposal to the Conservation Commission. Once that's approved, that's the only way that somebody can pursue a building permit application.
Somebody asked me today about the fact that we're eliminating 5.5 lowland requirements, which generally creates the necessity for a special permit by the city council for anything in the lowlands area. Is there can you explain maybe the thinking that the planning board had in terms of not including that aspect in the new 5.5, or is this somehow cover the needs of the oversight?
So I would point out that the lowlands requirement 5.5 was adopted in 1970. It has references to vertical datum that no longer is used in the FEMA code. So the only thing that ordinance should really be applicable to is a principal building on land less than 10 feet. And it's referencing an outdated datum, which is actually much lower down by several feet lower than what FEMA uses as its plane of measuring all these flood elevations. So it's almost like the ordinance is in a very rare occurrence where if you look at the flood maps, the elevations that a lot of these things start to become applicable are elevation 10 and higher. That USGS datum is something like 9. And we don't have a lot of folks proposing new construction at that elevation. And I'm not even sure that the code would allow you to do it. So the reason for replacing this ordinance is it's very outdated. And it doesn't really have a lot of standards to apply. If you were to meet these standards, there's not even a lot of room for discretion of the council to begin with. So this is modernizing that, making full-on reference to the current standards that are in the floodplain construction standards, applying stronger standards to residential construction. But the key is, in a lot of ways, this is an obsolete ordinance. I don't know how many you have seen in the last year or so. There's a lot of activity of the Conservation Commission in the floodplain. There's not a lot of special permits that have been requested from the council because that standard or that threshold that's in the ordinance is almost, it's not really invoked at this point.
How am I doing on time? Almost wrapped up.
3 minutes and 47 seconds worth of questions on.
Oh, I can slow down. This is great. Greg, what avenues of relief do property owners have if they want to put an application in, and assuming this passes, you've got the AE restrictions, you got the VE restrictions. Can they still go to the ZBA to make their case? What can they do with FEMA in terms of asking for a reevaluation of the floodplain line? Where do they have areas to go?
Sure. So, FEMA obviously recognizes that there are changing conditions. They release new maps periodically. They are making a representative approximation of the floodplain on a very variable coast, and also a coast that has different conditions that it's subject to. You can obviously think of the difference between the Annisquam River and the backshore. 2 different environments, and it's reflected in what they've suggested is the flood elevation in those areas. But they base it on a number of transects. We receive a flood insurance study and all the work and all the transects they've used to try to approximate the floodplain. And there are times where there can be, the distance between 2 transects is I don't know, pick a number, maybe a quarter of a mile or a half a mile. And there's variability there. So folks have taken the initiative to, and again, this is not me, the city is not requiring this. This is a requirement of FEMA. But if you want to challenge the way that they've represented the floodplain on your property, you can hire an engineer that can do an analysis. I certainly won't plug them, but there are many of them out there. And there have been instances where the elevations have been decreased on property, removed structures from being within the floodplain. Excuse me, I had my dinner in that 5 minutes. So, that's one opportunity for folks if, and it's something if they're paying high premiums and they've never been damaged and they don't feel that they're properly mapped, that's a route that they can take. With respect to the standards of, particularly, I'll start with the AE zone, the 10% increase in the floodplain area on a lot. Excuse me. I also wanted to make it clear because there were a number of questions about what if my structure is entirely within the floodplain. You have that footprint as what you can work with because you're probably over that 10%. It's for addition. I'm trying to get back to the answer to the question because I started monologuing.
Yeah, it was about the ZBA, whether or not they had.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a dimensional requirement. So that's something that could be requested for relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals. The hope is that as the planning board recommends and the city enacts a freshly minted ordinance, it should be adhered to. So the burden for being able to vary from those standards should be very high. But there may be unique situations that warrant some relief from that dimensional requirement.
And finally, I know you touched on this already, 5.5.7, which is the restrictive clause of the ordinance. People are very worried that they cannot rebuild their building if it is damaged in a flood or a fire or whatnot. Can you just sort of reiterate what that really means in terms of what exists now, what they can rebuild, and what we're talking about in terms of expansion or anything beyond that?
Yeah, so in the two areas, there's specific language that actually was an amendment. There was discussion about how new construction can be perceived by the building commissioner. And if you elect to remove a structure, what will be applied is new construction standard, which is one thing, but whether that's considered in the wording of the zoning ordinance, something that would be potentially prohibited, particularly in the V zone area. That's why in 5.5.7, in the section that the V zone is discussed, the letter B under V zone prohibition was enhanced. A lot of language was added to that that's been used in other ordinances in the Commonwealth to make it clear that, again, you can maintain, you can alter, and you can reconstruct, whether it's damaged or whether you elect to do so, but you just can't expand the lot coverage in the VE zone. And then likewise, in the AE zone, the same scenario, you can continue to maintain a structure. There are other thresholds to be aware of, and this is part of the reason why the federal government and the state is requiring this language to be in all local ordinances where folks are obtaining flood insurance. There are thresholds. If you think you've found the diamond in the rough and you want to do a certain amount of work to a coastal property and you look to invest more than 50% of the value of that property, you're going to be held to the new construction standard. You will have to likely raise that structure and build to new construction standard. In that scenario, particularly in the V zone, you would not be able to expand the footprint. And in the A zone, you'd be subject to that other dimensional requirement of expansion within the floodplain. If there is dry land out of the floodplain on the lot that meets all of the dimensional requirements, you're happy to expand in that direction. And that is also part of what this ordinance is intended to do, is to start to get people to think about making these structures safer over the long haul. Again, talking about implication on taxes. If predictions continue, on the trend, and there is more damage to coastal structures, and it's more difficult to repair them or maintain them, that's the situation where you could see some reduction in value.
Well, there's also, is there not the issue that on a national level that, and if the National Floodplain Insurance Plan or program has had to be bailed out at the federal level to the tune of billions and billions of dollars on occasion, and that is directly tax dollars, even though they're federal tax dollars, they're coming as a consequence of them being underfunded or underinsured by their users. So when you have a big hurricane,
There's no question that the premiums do not cover the damage that has to be paid out.
but that has consequences on every resident, regardless of their proximity to the ocean.
Yep.
Or the water. Okay. I think I'm good.
Okay, you still had
Thank you,
2
Greg.
minutes, 16 seconds left.
How
so
much?
2:16.
Would you like me to read a poem?
No, it's okay. Thank you. So now we have Councilor Majota. Do you have any questions to ask, Councilor?
Well, Councilor Grow used his 3 minutes and so many seconds really well, and he actually asked my questions that I wrote down. So Greg did answer them. So I'm gonna pass my time. I'm no questions.
Thank you. Next person is Councilor Memard. 5 minutes on content.
I'm still trying to differentiate between what's content and what's technically procedure under this dividing line. But one of the things that Greg has said and the planning board reported was that these revised floodplain requirements are being imposed by the national FEMA standards. And the question I've heard from people is, yes, they're being imposed, but is there a drop dead date in the regulations in terms of when communities like Gloucester need to adopt these within our own zoning?
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
sorry. Second there, I thought I was in my headphones died. So the State Office of Floodplain Management is the liaison between municipalities and FEMA and the National Flood Insurance Program. And they are essentially alerting communities when they need to update their ordinances. Not sure which councilors may have been on in the past. We have had in the past our provisions related to the National Flood Insurance Program and the FEMA maps in the wetland ordinance and the code of ordinances. And so that, again, language is handed down and you must adopt this in order to continue to make sure that you're referring to the most updated maps and making them available to folks in the community as well as professionals in the community. That's gotten a lot easier over time now that FEMA has the Map Services Center online where you can type in any address. I showed that, I displayed that web address. I can do it again or share it so that people can look up very readily what their status is with regards to the floodplain. So we are in a position, as I outlined in the presentation, multiple book presentations. We've had planning documents since 2015 that have talked about the need and necessity to look at these areas, how we develop in these areas, and to consider whether we should look at restricting development in the highest risk areas, which are the AE and VE zones. So stems from the Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment and Adaptation Plan of 15, the MVP plan in 18, the most recently approved or adopted Open Space Plan, and the Climate Action and Resilience Plan. So this is called being proactive. We are in a situation where we will probably be required to adopt the bulk of the ordinance minus some of the additional definitions and the performance standards in section 557, probably within a year and a half. So we are ahead of the curve because it is going to be when we get our next remapping of the Essex County and our community within it. So we've been notified that preliminary maps are being developed. The timeframes that FEMA usually works in are 6-month increments where they will say you will be receiving And then within a 6-month timeframe, you get preliminary mapping. They go through a vetting process to go to final. And once they issue the final maps, they give you another window to adopt and make reference to them. So we are ahead. I don't know the exact date, but it will probably be within the next 18 months or so that we'd be required to do this.
Okay. Thank you. I had two other questions at this point, and both relate to specific questions that I've received from constituents who are property owners that they perceive as being impacted by these changes. So I'll use them as a general example, but I think it applies to many taxpayers and residents along our waterfront in Gloucester. One has an established home that's the backside of Atlantic Road. It's within the technical velocity zone, as I understand it from them. And they've done a lot of engineering work and preparatory work, design work to add a garage and patio to their property. And the question is based on the date that this was announced, if it's affected as it is being proposed for clear good reason. The question that constituents like these have is, does that mean I have to go back to start again? Where am I in the permitting process if the project is not currently approved and underway?
So I don't know if you want me to take that up in the procedural discussion, or I can tell you right now, as was pointed out at the last meeting, you need to have permitting in hand before the first public notice in order to pursue a project that may not comply with what's being proposed. Again, I can't get into a specific example, but for new construction, that would be a potential limitation depending upon which zone that they are in, as well as expansion would also kind of fall into that threshold. So there's kind of like this chess game that the legislature set up for municipalities, particularly with the State Zoning Act, where it's kind of like you show me and I'll show you. And the situation from the property owner is they pursue a permit, they get a building permit issued. That is the public notice to the city officials that they are going to do this work. And likewise, the reference in chapter 40A is once there is a public notice, that's the clear indication that the city intends to do something. And the reason for that is, otherwise you could run into a situation where you might, depending upon whatever it is that you're proposing to do, you might get a flurry of activity around that, which is counter to the intention of what you're proposing to do.
And I think that's an important point for all of us to recognize, given the inevitability of this. These guidelines would, however, encourage a project like this, if it's currently in a design phase, or to be modified so that the improvements are in the zone based on the maps you showed us in prior presentations, but in the part of their property that's away from the waterfront. This encourages them and directs them to move whatever improvements they're proposing to make away from the ocean to the rear of their property, or away from the exposure area. The third question would just be relating to the velocity zone and the FEMA maps. You and I have discussed at some point in the past that those may be changed. There is an appeal process, and you mentioned a qualified engineering firm that can help guide a property owner. I'm aware that the Twin Light Manor property, for example, that's been extensively redeveloped with homes, was in a velocity zone. We all watched it become a littered front yard of boulders during the perfect storm. But the developer there was successfully able to have the FEMA maps revised. And I'm not sure the technical challenges of that. And but you said that that's an opportunity or a process that people can go through.
Yeah, I think, probably on an annual basis, we see maybe anywhere from maybe half a dozen appeals for a variety of different reasons. It does require, somebody with expertise with the modeling that FEMA uses, but what they do is they acknowledge that there are different models that can be used, and also that site-specific elevation data and modeling with that data set can produce a more accurate representation. So somebody can do that analysis and provide it to FEMA. There's a process called a letter of map amendment, where they submit all that data to FEMA, and then if FEMA accepts it, they send a notice to the city that that has been modified in whatever way, whether a property has been removed from the floodplain or the elevation has been lowered, and they also reflect that in the map center that property now has a lower elevation. And in that case, I believe most of the area of the project on the back shore there was some B zone and there was a substantial A zone that reached the rear of the property, and most of that was realigned with more like the front street.
So you're indicating that it's possible to have these reviewed and in fact changed. It's just it's a time-consuming and potentially expensive process, but it is an option for homeowners who are so motivated.
I guess that's part. I think there's probably folks that will also give you an initial assessment whether they think it's worthwhile, whether it would have an impact. And if you're paying flood insurance premiums and you're removed from the floodplain, you have to weigh whether that's an advantage, and then hope that you're not damaged by flood.
Yep. Thank you very much. That concludes my questions for now.
You had 2 minutes left, so thank you, Councilor Memard. Next person is Councilor Nolan. Content questions.
Yes, on content, Greg, thank you very much. And the previous counselors have answered a lot of important questions, and obviously a lot of the same emails that we have received. So on content, I will save you all the time. I will take my questions for the next step in procedure. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. Councilor O'Hara, content questions. You have 5 minutes.
Sure, I too will pass.
Councilor O'Neill, content questions, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I do have a question regarding removing the city council from process. What is the thinking? Why is that?
So actually, I would say that if you look at the amendments to section 1.8, we're actually placing the consideration of flood and future flood in every special permit that you grant. So again, I think there's been some folks that have been looking at the fact that we're trying to take an ordinance that was written in 1970 without very much modification over the last many decades, modernizing that to a floodplain overlay district that every project needs to comply with. It's making it very clear that there are floodplain construction standards, and depending upon the type of development, whether it's commercial, industrial, or in this case, more specifically residential, there are additional standards that, making sure that, the professionals that people are engaging with are very clear on what needs to be done to minimize the impact of what's being proposed. But additionally, there are proposed amendments to other sections of the ordinance to make it clear that the consideration of current flooding and future flooding are one of your criteria in your standard set of guidelines and criteria that you look at for all special permits, for use special permits. So I wouldn't see it as a weakening in any kind of way, because you're now extending that consideration to all the projects that you review, that you have that ability to ask that question of how is that being addressed, and is it appropriately being addressed to minimize the risk for the proposed and the inhabitants.
Who can ask that question? Not the city council, because, right?
The city council.
So after it goes to.
If it's a special permitted, if it's a special permitted use that requires a city council special permit, you typically apply 6 standards that are identified in section, I hope I'm getting the right reference, 1.8. And this would be an additional standard in that location. You would also now have new submission requirements for someone to show you where the floodplain is on the property and how they've minimized the risk for a new proposed use.
Okay, so it would go from Concom to the building inspector to city council? Or
So it
is
really
city
did-
council
yeah.
eliminated?
Yeah, no, it depends. There's a number of different things. If there's a use right now that's allowed as of right, doesn't involve the council, it would go, someone would approach the building inspector to understand what standards are going to be applied to their proposed project. Because if they are going to incur into the floodplain, they need to file with the Conservation Commission. And with a Conservation Commission approval, they'd be able to file for a building permit. That's no different than what happens right now for anything that's proposed in the floodplain. When there's a special permitted use, there are instances right now where that discussion about the potential risk is limited to the Conservation Commission. What's been kind of infused throughout the ordinances, whether it's a use that's reviewed by the planning board, the zoning board, or the city council in a variety of ways that you review them, whether it's a special permit from any one of those 3 boards, site plan review from the planning board. Each one of those boards will now have the ability to look towards this ordinance to request from the applicant to demonstrate that they've minimized the risk and they're applying the appropriate standard. So to me, it's more of it permeates throughout the ordinance. It's not eliminating it from any one body. It's making them all consider it in any project that they might see.
And you said that the FEMA maps can be revised if you have an engineer and he writes a letter, right, to the to FEMA. Is that correct?
So there is a process that FEMA has. If you disagree with how they have mapped the floodplain on a property, you can make an appeal to them. They do require very specific standards of analysis to be performed by a professional engineer. And there's an application process that can be submitted and they will respond and accordingly, whether they agree or disagree. If they do agree, then essentially they will enact what's called a letter of map amendment, where they've said, you've demonstrated enough information to us that this is how we would represent it on your property.
So one could make an argument that this would not affect the wealthy, right? This would be, this would not affect the wealthy. You know, so regular people who wouldn't have the financial means to pay an engineer to write a letter to submit to FEMA couldn't actually, they wouldn't
Let me make it clear that that is a process the federal government has in place right now. That is not our process. That as long as you've been in the floodplain and if you've been carrying flood insurance and you've disagreed with FEMA, that's the process that they have identified of how to make that appeal. It's not a local decision.
Right, but it still favors the wealthy, correct?
I don't know.
From a federal point.
I mean, I don't know what the cost is versus, the cost of premium. I don't know if it's an economical approach to look at it, but it is for anyone that wants to do it. It's an out-of-pocket cost for them to pursue.
Okay, and just got a couple more, I think. I know I've asked you this before, but who is our conservation agent?
It's Chuck Shade.
Okay. Thank you. And
he's doing an excellent job.
okay. So do you know how many lots will be affected by putting them in the VE zone and the AE zone? And how much tax revenue will be lost by devaluing that property?
I think I answered the question on taxes before, but the number of properties that are in the floodplain right now, it's difficult to say because every single one of those structures may be on a lot that has some amount of floodplain on it, but the structure is out. Half of the structure could be in the floodplain. It could be entirely. And so there's a lot of different analysis, but about 20% of the lots in Gloucester are in some way touched by the FEMA floodplain. Doesn't mean that as many structures, because we know that there's only about 800 or so folks that are carrying flood insurance policies. They may be a mix of residential and commercial. And so again, it's difficult to say exactly how many structures would be impacted by the proposed ordinance. It's more of a policy issue of suggesting that we're not going to allow new construction in the V zone. We are going to limit the expansion of structures in the V zone and also the A zone for those that exist now in terms of how much they can expand. The question of taxes, again, I think I've answered already. That's going to be reflective of how properties change hands. What this does do is put a limitation on maybe some ideas about expanding a property, but that's the assessors base their assessment on comps in the area and how things are selling. And we're obviously in a market that continues to go up right now.
Right, but properties are valued not just when they're bought and sold, right? The assessor comes out and assesses it, and you just said it bases it on comparable comps from the area. But would it be safe to say that a property that's in the VE zone or the AE zone will be devalued by this process?
Not necessarily. I mean, there are some, if there is a compliant lot in the VE zone that can no longer pursue residential development, it's probably carrying a low value right now because it has nothing on it and it's in a highly prone area. And as I mentioned, if you look at the properties along the back shore, along the other side of Shore Road, these are VE zone properties, and many of them are valued at about $5,000. So I don't think you can really go much further south than that from an assessment perspective. So they may not carry much value right now. For someone that may want to do something with it, obviously there would be an impact.
Okay, I think I have one more question.
2 minutes and 57 seconds.
I'm sorry?
You've got 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
That's like an eternity. Take your time.
Right, right? All
We'll
right,
have to take another break, but it's okay. No. Go ahead.
all right. Under 5.5.3, Federal Floodplain District. The maps indicate a 1% chance of regulatory floodplain. The exact boundaries of the district shall be defined by the 1% chance base flood. So does that mean there's like a 1% chance that these properties will flood?
So that's, it's almost like a misnomer. They used to call it the 100-year event, but they are saying on a 1% chance annually, those properties will flood to that elevation. We've certainly seen times where it may be in a decade span that type of event happens 2 or 3 times. So it seems like it might be, but that's what they are predicting, that there's a 1% chance that it will flood to that elevation in a year.
Right. Thank you very much.
Great,
Sure.
thank you. Next person for questions is Council Worthley.
Thank you. I'm not feeling the greatest right now, but I'm going to try my best. Thank you, Greg, for your work on this and the climate, our whole climate committee effort on this. Couple of questions. So why do we have to notify bordering states? That is in section 5.5.14. It says that the conservation administrator shall notify the following, and bordering states is listed on there. Is there a reason for that?
I'd have to defer to the floodplain management office. They've provided that language. I'm not sure why they, somebody might say, well, when we do zoning amendments, why do we have to notify the RP? I mean, there's just a number of folks that are identified to be noticed. I don't know the specific reason for that. I suppose there could be, rather than trying to come up with specific instances with municipalities that may be on the opposite side of a water body that separates 2 states, they just said, you know what, if something's going to happen just notify the boarding state. So that's my best guess.
I would just suggest it would never be the case. I mean, you can't say never. It could be a billion years from now, plate tectonic. Maybe Gloucester's adjacent to New Hampshire, but I don't know if that's necessary for notification. If the conservation agent is the administrator or the adjudicator of this, right now it's the building inspector, right? And if the building inspector,
So it's actually the identified floodplain manager for the city is the conservation agent right now. So that this is basically kind of an expansion of that role, or I would say, designating that person that has that familiarity with the floodplain mapping, with the standards of the Conservation Commission for that, and making sure that we have this kind of continuity between zoning and the environmental permitting that we also.
okay, if someone is going to the building inspector though and doesn't like his or her decision, they would then appeal to the zoning board of appeals. If someone goes to the conservation agent and isn't happy with their decision, it doesn't go to conservation commission, it goes to the DEP. Is that correct?
Well, again, these are two separate processes, one zoning and one's the permitting under the Wetlands Protection Act. But if somebody does want to appeal the building inspector's determination, then they would go to the zoning board of appeals.
But if they want to appeal the conservation agent's, under this ordinance, if they want to appeal the conservation agent's decision, where do they go?
They wouldn't be appealing the conservation agent. They would have to, if they're in the floodplain, there's always the requirement for a permit with the Conservation Commission. If they disagree with the Conservation Commission's decision, then they would go to DEP.
Okay, so the conservation administrator is making a decision on something, right?
I see it as a support because the building inspector is the only one that can make a decision under zoning, but the administrator or the agent is there to assist with folks to make sure that they have the mapping information that they need. And also, let's not forget that this is not just the FEMA floodplain. This is also looking at those potential future flood risk areas. And that's something that would be collaboratively reviewed by the building inspector, the city engineer, the conservation agent, myself, to make sure that folks are fully aware of what their potential future risk.
Okay, right now the lowlands permit that would be replaced does allow for a special council permit. I want to go back to Councilor Neal's point on this one. Is there a role for someone to come before this with a high standard to come before the city council or any other permitting body for something that doesn't fit into this zoning, this new amendment?
Because it's a zoning ordinance, it would be the zoning board of appeals.
Is that laid out in this ordinance or is that intuitive?
That's for anything that someone needs to vary from the zoning ordinance, they would have to go to the zoning board.
So if someone doesn't fit this criteria, they want to build, they'd go to the zoning board of appeals.
That would be their only route. Yep.
Okay. Now I know I'm not a lawyer, just a layperson, but the placement of a comma or lack of a comma can make a world of difference. Can we look at section 5.5.7 use regulation, section B?
Mm-hmm.
Movement, alteration, or expansion of existing residential dwelling or structure, comma, repair of a substantially damaged structure, comma, or reconstruction of existing structure so as to increase its lot coverage. I see the repair of substantially damaged structure as separated as one of the prohibited uses in the VE zone. Is that your understanding?
No, I think it's talking about that collective, as long as it does not increase its lot coverage in the VE zone.
So
you can move it, you can alter it, you could expand it, as long of a existing residential structure, repair all those different things as long as you're not increasing the lot coverage.
Okay, I was reading it as a separate thing cannot be, that is prohibited. So just so we're all clear, you can repair a substantially damaged structure as long as you're not increasing its lot coverage.
Correct.
Okay, that's a
Now it's a good point. Good point to clarify, because and again, I don't know if it's just, I mean, it's a dense ordinance. It's got a lot of language in it. And people have been asking that question specifically, like, well, what does this mean for me? If my structure is entirely within whatever zone, what am I going to be able to do? If you are damaged or if you elect to raise a structure, you will have to comply with the new construction standards, but that footprint is something that would be allowed. If you're going to raise a structure, you know, the hope and intent is there's the opportunity there to really think about the siting on the lot. If you have the opportunity to remove yourself from the flood zone, then you would do that.
And when you say raise, you don't mean elevate, you mean raise as in?
I mean, as in ZE, yes. Take it to the
Right.
ground and start over.
Okay, so just so I'm clear and everyone else is clear, if you have a damaged structure and you're repairing it, a house fire, some other, forget flood, your structure's damaged and you want to repair it, as long as you're not expanding the coverage, the lot coverage, you can spend any amount of money doing that. It's not 50% of the assessed value, none of that matters.
Well, that's a little bit different. So if a structure is so substantially damaged that it needs to be demolished, you're gonna have to, I believe you're gonna have to comply with the new construction standards. Because I don't think you're gonna be allowed to build something right back to the way it was, particularly if it's damaged by flood, to something below the base flood elevation, for instance.
I understand if it damaged by flood, we don't want people rebuilding the exact same thing where it was and damaged
Right.
again. But I'm concerned on the flip side is someone has a house fire, right? The foundation's the same, but that's all that's left, right? And they want to replace it. And that now becomes more than 50% of the assessed value of that home. I can imagine replacing a house structure is more than 50%. That would then fall under new construction and then be prohibited. And that's where I want to see this move forward. I just want to make sure we're not making it so someone who loses their house in a house fire
I
is
think that's
homeless.
I think that's what this provision is trying to protect. That
Wait,
there
it's
isn't,
trying
if there's a, it is trying to protect an individual, if they are by an act of, well, I'm not even going to use that phrase. If
Right.
by Mother Nature, if there or some sort of catastrophic event that they've lost their structure, that they have the ability to rebuild.
But if they spend more than 50% of the assessed value, it's considered prohibited.
No, so that is what is being, that's the specific instance of if it's substantially damaged, it can be rebuilt. But it has the limitation on footprint in one instance and expansion of footprint in the other.
But when we look at the definition of substantial damage, damage of any origin sustained by a structure whereby the cost of restoring the structure to its before damaged condition would equal or exceed 50% of the market value of the structure before the damage occurred. So in that case, again, I think house fire could happen to anybody, regardless of whether you're in a flood zone or not, could happen to anyone. Your house burns down, you can't replace it because the replacement cost is more than 50% of the value of the home. It becomes a prohibited use. So that's, the definition tells us that it's 50% more than the assessed value of that structure. And that's something that I don't think anybody's intending that, but that's what how it reads to me.
Well, I can tell you that B was enhanced to specifically try to avoid that occurrence, because what is considered new construction is also, the first one says you can't, particularly in the VE zone, but then has the provision for if it is substantially damaged, as long as it does not increase the, so I think we're getting stuck between the valuation part of it and whether or not you can rebuild. The intention is if you are damaged, you can rebuild, but you may have to apply new construction standards.
Council Worthy, you have 1 minute left in your 5 minutes.
Okay. So I just feel, so I want to move forward, but I also feel like this is one of those things that could be confused or
Let's make
confusing.
sure that we ask questions and not start to deliberate.
Okay, Greg, do you feel like this crystal clear to you and anybody else that would be reading this? That if your property is destroyed, you can replace it, even if it's cost more than 50% of the replacement cost, you can replace it?
I think what we intended was to make sure that you wouldn't run into the scenario of being considered new construction and being prohibited. By putting this clause in, it's the same language that's been used in other ordinances that have tried to achieve the same thing.
Yeah. So I agree with your intention. I think we're on the same page. I just would hate to have a future conservation agent or council or whatever interpreting it differently. Okay. Couple of last questions. Hang on, I got my notes here.
42 seconds.
Okay, you know what? We'll save them for process questions then.
Okay, thank you. And last is Gilman. And I don't have too many. Beginning the timing. Thank you. Greg, thank you for everything. Are financial hardships considered applicable with this proposed floodplain overlay zoning?
I'm not, so if this is trying to be a question that is related to how the zoning board sees appeals,
Yes.
their language is very clear as to what they can consider a hardship. And there's nothing in this ordinance that's suggesting otherwise.
Okay, so it is a criteria.
I believe the standards of what can be applied or for the issuance of variance are identified in the zoning ordinance. I don't administer or support the zoning board of appeals, but I think they're clear. And it's typically relating to the shape and topography of the lot. There are some very specific standards to demonstrate a hardship.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. That was 20 seconds. So let's take a deep breath and we're going to start the process again. Councilors, based on the clock and the amount of time that we're going to spend in deliberation, should we reduce this to 3 minutes for the process questions without objections? Is that okay?
I'm good with that.
Okay. So let's move on to the process questions now. So we will start with Councilor Gross. You have 3 minutes.
Yep, Greg, so anyone who has a permit now in process will be able to go by the old rules, but if you're stuck between Concom, this may have been, I think Scott may have asked this, but I just need more further clarification. You're stuck between Concom and a permit, you will, by the time you get your permit, because you haven't applied for your permit yet, you will have to abide by these floodplain regulations.
According to Chapter 40A, if the council enacts this, if you don't have a building permit prior to when you notice the first public hearing for consideration of this ordinance, you're not protecting. So you would have to have a building permit in place or a special permit for a use in place prior to that first notice.
All right, my other question is, this process has been going on for a little while with the planning board. And I would think that anyone who is in the conservation phase of their permit process would have been forewarned of this for months now. Is that not correct?
I mean, I can only say how many times I've given a presentation on this at different venues. I've been to the Clean Energy Commission, I've been to the council, I've been to the planning board. The subcommittee of the planning board has met. We've had assistance with the development of this ordinance. So it's been in public discussion, very public discussion with an actual draft ordinance, probably for more than a year at this point. And again, as I've mentioned, it's also something that's been discussed for about 8 years in various public planning processes for the community to consider. So I can't say if somebody's focused on their own project, how much they pay attention. Just like everybody, we are all busy people, and you always hear someone saying, "I didn't know." But we've certainly had a lot of public discussion about this for the better part of the last year.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I would think it would be, you know, a little consuming if you're involved in this process with Concom for over a year now and not to know about it might be, I know I would be certainly aware of everything going on around it if it was that much energy of mine was being spent. All right, thanks. I'm done.
Thank you, Council Gross. Council Grow, 3
Uh,
minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to get to the process issue. There's been a number of calls, mostly by people who have projects in process who have not yet received their building permit to essentially sunrise or enact this at a future date. And I guess what I'd like to ask both you and Suzanne, both from a planning perspective and a zoning perspective, what would be the pros and cons of even considering such a post-date enactment, and then also from the perspective of the zoning law 40A, what provisions are there, and sort of what from the legal perspective, any comment that you'd like to make, Suzanne, about the pros and cons of whether or not that makes any sense. We've been asked anywhere from 2 to 7 years as an extension before we put forward this change, and I just want to hear it from you, how you view that from the planning perspective and what the purpose of zoning is.
Who wants to go first? I mean, I'll just give you the perspective of what 48 contemplates, and that state enabling act is what has set who has to apply to the zoning that is proposed. And there are different types of very specific ways in which properties are protected. Sometimes you don't even know that there might be something that's going to be proposed, and there's ways that properties can be protected through subdivision or through the A&R process. But it is Chapter 40A that identifies that the first notice is the thing that you have to have something in hand. I believe the rationale and reasoning is because if you set some future horizon out there, you're going to expect that you're probably going to have folks try to beat the clock. So 40A was set up to stop the clock, to allow the planning board and the city council to consider the enacting of essentially public policy through zoning. And so if you believe in the policy that's being proposed, then you wouldn't want to extend it so that you can have activities that would be prohibited by it or regulated by it to occur over some period of time, future date to be determined.
And I can weigh in to the extent that so we all know that Chapter 40A provides that the zoning ordinance becomes in effect at the first notice of public hearing. So that's known. And what you're doing by abiding by the general laws and what is an understanding in the development process in the world is you're giving certainty, right? So one of the things that the law always tries to do is to provide some sort of certainty and notice. So we do know under the law when a zoning ordinance becomes in effect and what, whether or not you have a building permit in hand or a special permit in hand, how that affects your property. By changing, making variances to the effective date of zoning ordinances with it then adds uncertainty and it can potentially lead to confusion because zoning is complicated, right? Most people find it a very complicated area, and it takes a lot of in-depth knowledge to understand the intricacies. And once you change one part of it, then there could be potentially unintended consequences to a number of different people in their properties. And so that's why it's important in my mind as an attorney, right? I like certainty and I like to know I can look at a law and I can know what the consequences of that are. So,
Greg, in your history here at Gloucester, there have been any instances where we've post-dated a zoning amendment change?
I think only conversely, we've had situations where we've had sunsetting of something for a limited period of time. You just have, I hope I'm not bringing up a rough topic, but we've done things on a temporary nature, like with outdoor dining. We said we're going to do this for a period of time, not make it permanent because it did provide flexibility that you may not normally have wanted to just enact into an ordinance. There have been other instances in the past where there's been moratoria that have been put in place that last for a certain period of time. That's something where, again, still follows the process of it's gonna take its effect because we've noticed it, but then have a termination point. But you typically would ask the question, well, why now if you're just gonna say, let's do it at some future date?
Let me get back to the issue of unintended consequences. We've been looking at this primarily from the perspective of people who have been in process for, you know, months or even perhaps years, who are still trying to work their way through the system. But is it also equally possible that we put an advanced date on this, and you might have, you know, a whole bunch of people rushing to get permits in line, who then may spend thousands of dollars on architects and engineers and lawyers' fees, only to run up against the deadline that we've set. And so we're not eliminating that as a potential downfall to giving a future date enactment. We're potentially exacerbating it. With the question.
Again, I would just fall back to, you know, what was contemplated in 48. And that's the way, because again, then you're doing exactly what you're suggesting. You're setting some time in the future that's going to set a new, you know, endpoint where, you know, folks are going to try to get to before that time. You know, and you could run into folks doing the same thing, saying, you know what, I started doing this 6 months ago. I'm trying to get to the end point. Now what? So again, I think for clarity and maybe for simplicity, you know, that's the 40A has been designed, you know, for municipalities to say, this is the point when you publicly notice, you get to have the public discussion and decide on the policy. And if you decide favorably, it's when you notice everyone, you know, publicly that, you know, this is what we're.
And finally, I just want to sort of go back to Councilor O'Neill's point about council's involvement in this, and just if you could just reiterate that we've actually expanded the oversight of the special permit process by adding the condition of floodplain, the existence of floodplains and mitigation. So we're not lessening our overall efforts to keep our fingers in this.
Yeah, I would say, and I've been here for a little while, and I've been to hearings of past councils where, you know, again, I don't think we were necessarily ahead of our time, but these types of questions were asked of applicants in the past, and attorneys rightfully would look at the ordinance and say, you know, there's nowhere that you can really think about or contemplate these types of things. You've set standards in your ordinance that say I can do this, provided I meet these conditions. And that's not one of them. That's something for the Conservation Commission. So I think this very much brings the, you know, every agency of the city that's involved in permitting, the ability to question and ask these questions about, you know, how is somebody trying to address and mitigate these concerns? Because it's what in particular, you know, it's you know, it affects the community in the long term.
Okay. And the last question, I'm going to pipe in here very quickly. If someone is in process now and doesn't have their building permit, the amendment is passed and goes into effect as of January 1st, 2023. Would they have the ZBA as a potential opportunity to make their case if their project was denied?
I mean, again, if you're setting new policy, you know, the variance should be something that's very sparingly.
Right, but it's still
granted,
a possibility.
But it's there for somebody to try to build their case.
Council, your 5 minutes is up. The buzzer just
3
went up.
minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's all right. We got in there. Thanks. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Next person up is Councilor Majota.
Being followed, having Tony Gross and Jason ahead of me is always a good thing. No, I'm just gonna continue moving this meeting forward. They asked a lot of the questions that I was gonna ask with the process and the start date, so I'm good here.
Thank you. Councilor Memard.
The question that I have heard repeatedly from concerned homeowners around Gloucester who have exposure to this is the one that Jason and Greg were just discussing. And although it's clear that we need to adopt these new protections based on changing weather and rising seas and all the rest, people still feel, I think it's fair to say that this is catching them by surprise, or that they weren't fully cognizant. They hadn't thought through the potential exposure and limits that were being imposed on them.
Councilor Memard, I just ask you to stick to a question and not jump ahead to deliberating.
And, in that case, I think Greg, as I said before, Greg and Jason have addressed the concerns that I've heard. People don't necessarily like the answer that they're hearing. And it's a, balance between short-term and long-term, but yes, I'm all done.
Thank you. Next person is Councilor Nolan.
Hi, thank you. I do have a couple of questions. One, I know that commercial is excluded from this in most part. But if someone closed a business down on the waterfront and someone else wanted to move in or buy the property and operate that property as an industrial or a commercial situation, or manufacturing or something, would that be allowed, or is that something that may be excluded with the new zoning?
There's no impact of change of use of commercial industrial, other than, the codes are very different for residential construction versus industrial and commercial construction. And, again, if someone's going to reuse a building, change of use, and the use complies with, in your case, the Marine Industrial District, then this ordinance has no impact. There'd have to be some building improvement proposed, and whatever code applies now would apply regardless of this ordinance being.
Excellent. Thank you for that. My next question is to use an example, and that would be a project on Essex Avenue where they're looking for boat storage, where there was going to be an added building with height exemptions and different things that were going to work against the community. Would this ordinance of this overlay district take away from the effect that this type of use would have to come before the city council for permitting for height restriction, or is it something that can be granted by our conservation and ZBA?
So I'd hate to get into too much of specifics. I like to stay in hypotheticals, but again, if a use requires a special permit from the city council, there's nothing being changed in this ordinance by that requirement. The city council is still the reviewer of height exceptions over 35 feet. So none of that permitting requirement changes. Again, for every use special permit, there now would be the additional standard of evaluating it from the perspective of mitigating the potential flood risk.
Excellent. That's what I thought. I just had questions that were asked for me to ask, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. Councilor O'Hara.
Yes, again, I will pass.
Okay, Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I think I just have one question. It's kind of like a scenario, I guess. If someone has a piece of property, a residential piece of property on the water, and they tore it down, it was a garage, and they tore it down, and now it's in the VE zone, right? And they're encouraged to rebuild it further away from the water, correct?
I think we would always encourage people to try to minimize their risk. And if they have the ability to be outside of a floodplain and closer to a roadway, then yeah, that would be the intention.
So what if that, by building that, it goes onto a private road?
So you can't build on a private road. You can only build on your own property. It may require some relief from setback requirements. I think that would be an excellent situation where if somebody was demonstrating that they were trying to remove a structure from the floodplain, that should be something that would be supported.
So it would be supported that they move their garage. or
Yeah,
their
I mean
structure.
that, I think that would be an instance, again, we're speaking in hypothetical, but you know, if somebody's property is encumbered by floodplain and has a lot of area that's of high risk, and they find the ability to cite something that would limit that risk, but would incur into a potential setback, that seems like it would be some pretty good justification for why they would choose that location on the lot.
Okay, and what if that, and this probably, I think I may know the answer to this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. What if it blocked other people's view of the water?
Again, that's something that the zoning board deals with all the time with any incursion into setbacks. You know, they have to understand the context that project is proposed in, and they evaluate that in regard to the standards that they have to apply to grant. Typically view is not one of the things. It's more a function of, you know, how is that property complicated by its topography or shape, that they can't meet the requirements that they otherwise would have to. But that's something that the Board of Appeals would have to do.
And they couldn't build anything bigger, is that correct? Or could they, because now they're taking up some of the road?
Well, they can't be in the road, but if they're not exceeding lot coverage requirements and they're outside of the floodplain, you know, somebody could certainly make a proposal to build something. Again, if it's not subject to the floodplain, that's the thing that these limitations in the proposed 557 are applying to. If they're not upsetting the other dimensional requirements for the district and they just so happen to want to move closer to you know, potentially the roadway, we're assuming there's a road and then the property leads down to the water. If they're within setback, then they could apply for a building permit. If they have to move into the setbacks of the district, that they would need relief from the Board of Appeals.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I'm good.
Council Worthley.
Thank you. I do have a number of questions. I'll try to be as fast as I can. So a lot of my climate change friends hold public process as high in regard as affecting change for climate change protection. We waive notification for all people that are affected by this. This last week, after we closed the public hearing, we've got a number of emails, people saying they didn't know about it. And we always think, well, we want to include them, maybe we should have, but those are the ones we've heard from. I'm deeply concerned that there's 30,000 people.
Question, because you're deliberating.
My question is, how many people don't know about this that should?
I know that clearly is not a question for me, Councilor.
I think the answer is all of them. The ones that don't know about it shouldn't.
Councilor, you're deliberating. So let's, we can
Okay.
ask Joanne.
I did ask the question in advance in writing. I sent it to all the parties. Maybe it's a question for Suzanne. Is there a way to open this dialogue? We've closed public hearing. Can we reopen it? Can we notify people? Can we get the input from the people who are going to be affected by this?
Do you want to describe 1.11.4B? Or is that?
So I believe what you're asking, so I think that there's a difference here in chapter 40A, section 5, as to who gets notice for a zoning amendment. Under the state law, there is a requirement that it's public, there's a public notice, right? It's published, and that certain state entities are provided with notice of the potential for a zoning amendment. So what Gloucester has done in its zoning ordinances, there's a one sentence that's added that's different from the state law. And that says that I'm paraphrasing here, that members that will be affected by the zoning change will be provided with actual notice by mailing. So that's very different than the requirements in a, under the general law. And it also makes any type of zoning amendment that's submitted that affects an entire zoning district very, very challenging to actually provide that actual notice because of the cost and expense and sort of it's an onerous burden to the city, right? So when you want to do something like this, and that's why you have that provision right there. If the notice is impracticable, right, then you can waive it, and the council did in this instance. And when I looked at that, I thought, well, what that section is probably inserted into the zoning ordinance to address is there are a number of times when one property owner may come to the city council and say, I and some of my abutters want to have a zoning district changed for this new development. And so that's more likely what that provision is designed to deal with, because that's not an owner's burden, and that does affect a zoning amendment that only affects a small portion of a zoning district of a couple of properties. That makes sense, right? Provide actual notice then. But to have a change or to require actual notice when it affects an entire zoning district, it's not required by the state law. It's an onerous burden to the city. Obviously, by virtue of the fact that it's included in the zoning ordinance, the city has the ability to do it. But is it practical? It does not. I mean, the council has already determined it's not practical to do in an instance where there's a zoning amendment that affects an entire district.
I understand that, Suzanne. Thank you. I think, Greg, you said this is about 20% of the property owners in Gloucester would be affected by that. My math says if there's 13,000 structures, probably 10,000 residential structures, we're talking about 20%, 2,000 pieces of mail. I don't know what that would cost, but I don't know if it was as high a burden as we might have been led, I don't say led to be, but as we understood when we voted to do that. But we've got, 12, 13, 14 emails today and yesterday saying, I didn't know about this.
Let's ask the questions. Let's keep this to questions.
Fair? Okay. Is it fair for us to pause for a very brief amount of time to say, are there people who need to be notified that we haven't heard from? And I think that, and then the question, is there a way to do that? I don't know if there is at this point. Does anybody know if there's a way to do that at this point?
Do you want to handle that, Joanne? I mean,
so under the zoning act, there's a certain amount of time that the city council must act upon a zoning amendment that's been proposed. And if you do not act in that time, then you have to renotice and start the public hearing process again. There's no requirement that a city council has to vote up or down a proposal before them. You have that ability to essentially, you're the legislative authority, right? So you have the discretion to, provided there's a provision for it in the law and you're not breaking the law, you have the ability to vote on something, to not vote on something, to renotice, essentially, as long as you're complying with the rules. It's your discretion. You are all the legislative authority to make that decision.
Okay, I don't know how we would do that, renotice at this point, but I wonder if that's something we could consider. Do I have any time left, Madam President?
Hold on.
1:31.
1 minute, 31 seconds.
Okay, so we've heard some discussion about how this new ordinance gives the city council, the zoning board, all these entities more range. But when we think about this, the use table will list these uses with an N, as in no, and there won't be a appeals process, a special council permit, a special permit. Is that accurate?
No, there's no change to the use table. There's only provisions for standards in section 557 that apply to the jurisdiction that's been set up by the combination of the FEMA map as well as that map that I showed that has that additional future flood risk area.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. no change to use table, but here it says the following things are prohibited. So that means it would be
Right.
the use that would have a no to it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's no change to section 2. There is a prohibition in this jurisdiction, which is the floodplain overlay district, in the subset of that jurisdiction, which is the VE zone.
And there's no special counsel, special ZBA, there's no plan, there's no extra step that someone could take and say, I can work through all these issues. There's none like that right now.
That's not the intention.
Okay, that's pretty strict. And it may be.
It's overt. When you see prohibited, that's what it means.
And that's a change because a lowlands permit allows for a special counsel permit.
That lowlands permit was for a very specific scenario, which I've suggested is, it's a rare occurrence. So if someone is proposing a structure at elevation 13, that ordinance doesn't apply. It's only for proposals that are below elevation 10 USGS, which is probably some way trying to reference to National Geographic vertical datum of 1929, which makes that more like current elevation 9 in basically the elevations that FEMA uses at this point. That's a very rare occurrence. I think that someone would be doing them. I think it's an antiquated ordinance.
When I was on planning development last go around, we had 2 of those in the course of a year, Wheeler Street area, and
the last go around 554, and 554 was repealed several years ago, and that is the provision that used to bring in more projects. At the time, the council said, we have a conservation commission that reviews these projects. They are the ones that should be reviewing them. It's part of their jurisdiction. And the council at that point removed that last provision of 554. So without that, at this point, there's very limited application.
I understand. Thank you.
Yep.
So I still go back to that question. Is there a way we can make, again, off this process or content, but if we could make that piece I mentioned earlier about reconstruction more clear? I understand the intention is clear. I think we're all on the same page of the intention, but repair of a substantially damaged structure, is there a language we could suggest that would make that a little clearer, that if you're replacing your property without expanding it, you can? Right now, it says if you spend more than 50% of the assessed value, you can't do it. And I'm thinking.
I'm going to think on that one because I didn't have that question, and I'll think about that one in particular.
Thank you. I think it was one of the ones I emailed you, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about a chance if someone has a fire and they want to replace their property.
Well,
I'll stop.
okay, thank you.
But I wouldn't mind an answer to suggestions on how we can make that intention as clear as the language. I think the language isn't clear, but I think the intention is clear.
So I am the last person to ask a question. So I'm going to ask a question of our city clerk on public hearings 1.11.4. Specifically, if you are a non-resident, is there a process outlined in the local ordinance that allows them to seek information about changes in zoning? And if yes, would you just read what that is? Because I'm interested in just reminding people what this is and also letting the public know about this process.
Yes, it's in 111.4B at the end of the section, the last sentence. A non-resident property owner may annually request that notice of public hearings under this section 111.4 be sent by mail, postage prepaid, to said non-resident property owner. Such request shall be made to the city clerk before January 1st of each year, together with the fee of $10.
So I'm going to ask a tough question on Greg on this one, because it's more a touchy-feely question. But typically, if you had an attorney that was trying to navigate a zoning matter on the velocity or AE zone, would that attorney look at the local ordinance to understand what it is, to provide consult with a person that maybe doesn't live here and doesn't really know as much what's going on? Is that normal that the attorney would get all the zoning laws and amendments to understand them, to be able to advise his or her client?
I
You
can
gotta-
answer that.
You got a
So-
practicing attorney sitting next
So
to
wait,
you.
so we'll give you a break because Suzanne can.
It's very simple. I'll tell you this much. Whenever there's,
Go ahead. Do you
you
mind?
want to go?
So yeah, so if you're hiring somebody to represent you to determine what the laws are and what the potential effects are of a development process, there is an obligation for due diligence to look at all of the potential zoning changes, to look at the local regulations, the state law and the federal law. So absolutely, somebody who was representing an out-of-town person or somebody who just left, who lived here, they would have that obligation.
And so,
particularly since it's in the state law that says, chapter 40A, that says, this is where you find out what the potential changes to zoning are. You have to look at the notice. And that's one of the reasons we were talking about before, is to keep it uniform. If you're representing somebody, you go to the state law, you say, how do I find out if there's going to be a zoning change in this town, right? You would go to 40A, look at, okay, here's the process. But if you have an outlier that's not uniform with the rest of the law, and you say, oh, it's an effective date to some other date, then that becomes more problematic, right? Because you have to then also are held to looking for that one-off provision that may have a different effective date. Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you. Okay, that's all for me. That was 25 seconds. Councilor Nolan has his hand raised.
I don't know how we're gonna ask this, but Jeff does have a question out there about the 50% in rebuilding that he did ask.
I think, I think I just want to try to, if I can try to clarify that, Madam President. I think,
Sure.
I think what we've tried to do, and this is, we're not alone in this, because this language has been used in other ordinances. This was my specific discussion with the building commissioner when this was coming forward, to make it clear that these are the instances that someone can pursue the redevelopment on the footprint, or that amount of lot coverage. So I think there might be, and I'm not going to say it's confusion because it's in black and white in the ordinance. There are definitions that are coming straight from whatever code that is identified that they're coming from. Those are all things that are required to be in this ordinance, regardless of whether there's any additional restriction in section 557. But that is to identify a classification of structure. So there's this goes even further to say not only is if it's something that's substantially damaged, and there's a definition for what that means, but also if you elect to raise a structure so I feel like this is very liberal in the scenarios of when something can be redeveloped, but again, without the expansion of the footprint. So I think it's clear. The building commissioner felt it was clear. This has been used in other ordinances and other communities to make it clear that even though we're suggesting for a vacant lot that's 100% in the B zone, which may comply with all the other dimensional requirements for the district, which I think is not a very widespread case. We have a limitation there, but in these other instances for existing structures, you have the ability to rebuild in those different identified scenarios.
Okay, there are hands right now, so I don't know if, is it questions, everyone? You have more questions? So what I'd like to do, if you have questions, I would like to seek a majority roll call vote to allow up to 1 more minute of questions per counselor. Is there a motion to support that?
So moved.
Second,
Okay, Jason moved it, and I think Sean, I heard, seconded it. Roll call vote to extend the questions for 1 minute each for each counselor. Where's my roll call list? I've got more paper here. Well, I believe it's Gross is first.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, and then Rowe is second.
Yes.
Yes.
Who the heck is it? Thank you.
Yes.
Scott will be next.
yes,
Very much. Nolan? Did you already, I just heard
That
you
was
say
yes.
yes. O'Hara, Council O'Hara,
yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor.
Yourself,
zero-
I
Madam
guess that
President.
proves that counselors can read the
Yeah,
alphabet.
Thank you, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Yeah, but
So let's
it's a little
go
order.
around, and we each have 1 more minute on process.
Okay. The
Okay. This is
the
like a-
question I have.
Wait a
is-
minute, I go first, Jason.
Oh,
Council, you
I
can wait.
knew that, but I know that.
We're gonna start with Council Gross. You have to wait your second. Go ahead, Council Gross.
I do not have a question, but I do have a clarification on Jeff's question, which I will wait to do after this, if this is just about questions.
Okay.
Are you
Council
saying you
Gross.
have the answer to it?
Yes,
Council Gross, you have the floor.
I think I have the same clarification, but I want to ask Greg. The 50% that Councilor Worthley is referring to is a definitional 50% for the kind of damage and the kind of reconstruction that is the amount, I mean, not the kind, but the amount. So it's really just a definition of what constitutes substantial damage, or what's the other one that we have? But is that what the 50% applies to? It's not an amount that they can or cannot apply to their property in terms of whether they can do it. It's just a definition of how much damage property has incurred. Am I right?
It's a classification that FEMA uses for the types of codes that need to be applied.
But it's a
So
definitional thing.
Similar, yeah, it's a definition.
Okay, all right. That's all I had to clarify. That's good.
Councilor Majota,
No, thank you. No questions.
Council Memard,
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Council Nolan,
Nope, I'm good.
Council O'Hara,
Nothing.
Council O'Neill,
You're on mute.
Nope, I'm good.
Council Worthley.
Yes, I appreciate all these legal opinions and interpretations. I love it, and I wish they all were true, and if they are, then great. But 50% of construction is a building code, includes all work for whatever reason. So if your house burns down and you want to replace it, this new rule doesn't allow that. It's got not, it could be no damage to flood, but it literally says prohibited.
What
And
is
it's
your
the building
That's not
code.
true.
Okay, well, I'm reading the English language. It's prohibited, prohibited, right here. The following shall be prohibited.
two things can mean, something can mean two things at once.
Let's have some decorum here. Council Worthley has 17 seconds.
Well, that's not decorum. I have a question that we don't answer to. If we can clarify it, put another word in there and make it, make sure attention is coming out in the language. What it says is prohibited if you have substantial damage, and 50%.
Okay, without.
Oh my God, I don't understand.
It looks like,
I meant to mute.
it looks like our planning director has his hand raised, and we will allow him to answer this.
And again, I completely understand the question, and I hope, by using this language and having that consultation with the building commissioner, we've come up with something clear. But it is a complicated phrase, but what it closes with says, so as to increase the lot coverage in the VE zone. So you can't do those things if they result in an increase in the lot coverage in the VE zone. So you can have movement alteration. Again, we're talking about that footprint that's kind of proposed in this ordinance to be locked in terms of you can't have a greater footprint than the existing condition at the time that this ordinance is enacted. But you can do these activities, including reconstruction of a structure, so long as it doesn't increase the lot coverage in the VE zone. So I understand, so that's the intention there, is that these classifications of repair to a substantially damaged structure is permissible as long as it doesn't increase the lot coverage in the VE zone.
So I thought earlier you said that the so as to not increase the lot coverage, what was that last part?
Your time is up.
So I think we should clarify this point. I just want to understand what you said, Counselor.
Okay,
I
then
appreciate it.
clarify. Thank you, Greg.
No, I just, he was in the middle of interpreting what I said from what I said earlier this evening. So I just want
Okay,
to make
Council
sure
Worthley,
that that's clear.
you have the floor to clarify.
Thanks. I mean, I'm sorry to be this detailed, but this is important, right? So
Yep.
I thought the so as to increase its lot coverage in the VE zone went with the second part, because there's no comma, or reconstruction of existing structures so as to increase its lot coverage. If that somehow, that prepositional phrase connects with the other part prior to the comma, then maybe we're fine. All I'm suggesting is there a way we can clean this up so that someone else doesn't interpret this some way? I would just hate to have a conservation agent or building inspector say, sorry, your house burned down. That's more than 50% of the value of the property. You can't rebuild. And I'm not saying this is you or the conservation agent now, but you fast forward 15, 20 years and we may not all be here to say, no, that's not what we meant.
Yeah, so this was specifically put in consultation with the building commissioner to make sure that the classifications of the type of scenarios are covered, that someone is prohibited from reconstructing if their structure is damaged, or if they even elect to reconstruct.
Are we talking about the building commissioner that's on the call tonight?
Yes, that's him.
He's the one who asked me this, gave me this question to ask, because it's not clear. So I don't know how we can say it is clear.
I don't know what to say because I reviewed the language with him. So, and it's used in other ordinances.
Okay, we need to move on. So at this point in time, we've been through the public hearing and I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for the committee report from P&D Chair Jason Grow.
Thank you, Council President. And just before I say that, I think actually this worked out pretty well, this new system. On a motion of Councilor Grow, seconded by Councilor Gilman, Planning and Development Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council amend the Gloucester zoning ordinance by deleting the current section 5.5 lowlands and replacing it with a new section 5.5 floodplain overlay district as drafted in the attached document titled Draft Section 5.5 Floodplain Overlay District, February 8th, 2023, and referenced maps, Future Flood Risk District Map, Depth 5-1, 2022, and document titled Floodplain Zoning Amendment Sections 1.5, 1.8, 5.8, 5.9, 5.15, December 7th, 2022, to add submission requirements to all special permit applications, site plan reviews, open space residential development, and cluster developments, and require applications to address vulnerability to current and future flooding as a review criteria for approval. And I so move.
Second.
All right.
Moved and seconded. I would like to amend this to add under 5.5.5 designation of floodplain administrator, the City of Gloucester hereby designates the position of
thank you.
conservation by deleting administrator and adding agent to be the official floodplain administrator for the city. Is there a second on my amendment?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilor Nolan. Is there discussion, councilors, on the amendment? Seeing none, roll call vote. Here's my list again. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
I have a question. Is there, I think there's another place that it's in there too.
Let me just
So
amend
because-
the amendment to include changing administrator or agent in all situations. Can we do that?
okay, that's fine. We can.
And I
we can
apologize, I should have read that into the motion.
Make that informally, and to change the word administrator to agent wherever it is in the document. Okay, is that clear? Is everyone clear on that? Okay, so I will say yes. Council
Yes.
Grow. Council Grow.
Yes.
What? Oh, wait a second.
It's Greg, it's just a mistake.
Okay,
Oh,
Greg,
it's
can
a
you get your
mistake.
hand down?
I did have a point.
Oh.
I just want to make sure
Wait.
that,
But let's get through this one amendment. Is that?
well, I mean, it's related to that because the header needs to be, it is a definition that we are identifying a floodplain administrator, but it will be our conservation agent. I just want to make clear that the header should remain as administrator because that's a FEMA term.
Okay, so we're not changing the administrator as a header.
Wherever it says conservation administrator, it will say conservation agent. Just put conservation in front of it.
Okay, is everyone clear on that?
Yes.
Do you want me to make this amendment again? I'm going to make the amendment again, and I'm going to say this. I'd like to amend this, so I'm going to withdraw my amendment without objection. I'm going to amend that under 5.5.5 designation of floodplain administrator, we change the word administrator to agent. So we in all other places in the document without changing the title, and I so move.
Val, can I?
What did I do?
Can I clean that up for you a little bit?
Okay, so I will withdraw my amendment without objection. So you have the floor on the amendment, Councilor
We just
Grow.
say that we will amend the document to any instance of conservation administrator will be changed to conservation agent. That way it's limited to just the two.
That sounds really perfect. I will second that.
Second.
Motion made on the amendment, it's Councilor Grow and seconded by Councilor Gilman. Discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Menard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilor Worthley?
Yes.
The amendment passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Now we're back to the main motion.
All right, and on the motion,
Okay. So we need to discuss the motion. It's been made.
on the
and
motion,
seconded. No?
yeah, on the motion, I'd like to, as maker of the motion, I'd like to.
On the motion, okay. And let me just say something that I want to, hold on a sec. The rules of debate as outlined on our rules of procedures, rule number 6. No member shall speak more than once until all members have spoken. No members shall have or hold the floor for more than 3 minutes during the debate. And these constraints may be lifted by the president for good cause or by majority roll call vote of councilors present, taken right out of our rules of procedure. Okay, so we will open it up. We won't go in order right now because I think this is the discussion, the deliberations. Councilor Grow, Councilor Gross is first to have his hand raised, and I'll ask Madam Clerk to do the timing.
And I'll go
So Councilor Gross and then Councilor Grow for hands raised on the motion.
Yeah, first, I'd like to apologize to Councillor Worthley for interjecting while he was speaking. That was not very polite of me. But I think on that point, Jeff, it is just strictly the 50% is just defining what substantial damage is to a structure. It has nothing to do with the 50% threshold of where you have to achieve certain things in the building code. It's 50% means things in many different places, but here it just is describing the amount of damage that happened to the building. And I will be back for more bites at the apple after that.
All right.
Apology accepted. Thank you.
Who else
I'm
has,
gonna-
Councilor Grow, you were second to have your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna get right to the motion. We have a real opportunity as a council to play a leading role in enacting legislation that is timely, common sense, necessary, and something I think that all of us at some point or another have talked about the need to enact. And it's very clear from the work that's been done, the various organizations and commissions that have advanced this, the planning board's work, our work from, on the Planning and Development Committee, as minor as that is, but Greg Catamatori and the Planning Department. This is very clearly a necessary step that we need to take towards recognizing our role in doing what we can to make our communities safer for global climate change and the obvious increase in storms and flooding that this community has experienced. I think anything other than adopting this is irresponsible and reckless. And I do understand that there are going to be potential projects that are impacted by this. But I think if you look at the cumulative good that is done for the community in terms of recognizing the importance of being a leader in this regard. I mean, there's some people who might suggest, well, FEMA is not making us do this right now. Well, that shouldn't make a difference here. We know this is coming. We know it's important. We know these things are on the horizon. And by simply turning away, given the opportunity at this point to make a decision, to make a change, to put Gloucester at the forefront of this, I think would be a big mistake. And I really encourage my fellow councilors, to look at that as this is an opportunity for us to really be responsive to the world around us and to make a decision that is ultimately going to be better for our community. And that's something that we need to really focus on as we continue to make these decisions. There's going to be more opportunities, but this one's really important. And I don't see a negative side to this in terms of our planning long-term. And I really encourage you to step up and to vote yes for this.
Thank you. On the motion, Councilor Nolan.
You're muted.
I do believe this is a very important situation for the city. We can go back to Colburn Street in Bayview, where the house was proposed to be built and there was a height restriction and it had to be built through velocity type zones and breakaway floors and different zoning. And I had said that there's a potential that this could be the effect for a lot of people in that zone, whether your house burns down or if something is catastrophic in a flood, you may be required to do different things in the upcoming years. So this is something that's definitely we've been working with for 5 years, at least, actively on the council in discussion with things in front of us. However, that being said, I still have a little bit of wary of setting a date of the January 27th of this past year on permitting and maybe looking for more of a delayed engagement possibly. But I'll listen to further comments to see how this goes. But this is definitely something that has been in the works for a long time. And I think we all have had a chance to know what's going on.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. On the motion, who else would like to speak? Councilor Memard.
I agree with what Councillor Grow stated. I have the same concerns and questions from my constituents that Councillor Nolan outlined, but after Suzanne's review of the Massachusetts Chapter 40A relating to zoning amendments and the perception that if we have a date in the future for enactment, it really is going to create a race to accomplish a lot of stuff that we really don't need to have or want to have, unfortunately. And I don't see that's going to serve the purpose of the community in the long run. Unfortunately, it's going to create some short-term disruption in terms of projects that are in the tubes. But again, I think, as we've said and reviewed carefully here, this has been an active topic of discussion, and it's clear that it's been coming for a long time, and we need to move ahead for the benefit of the community, economically and socially. So I will be supporting this as written.
Thank you, Counselor. Who else would like to speak on the motion? Counselor O'Neill.
Thank you. Regarding what Councilor Nolan said, a delayed engagement sounds good to me. I would think that a lot of people don't follow planning and development subcommittee. They don't follow the planning board meetings. They don't follow that ONA or anything. They just follow the city council meetings. So to them, this is a surprise. And I think a lot of people were hit by surprise. And regarding a delayed engagement, I would suggest that we close this and what are the words I want? And resubmit, renotice and start the public hearing again. That way, in two to 4 weeks, we start another public hearing. People have no excuse. There'll be no complaints. And the wording in 5.5.7 to me is not clear. So because of that, and because of a lot of constituents contacting me that they didn't know about this, I would suggest that we renotice and have another public hearing. Thank you.
Who else would like to speak on the motion? Councilor Majota.
Just I guess this question. This was on the agenda 2 weeks ago, and it was postponed 2 weeks ago till today's date, correct?
That is correct. It was continued. The public hearing.
Perfect. So I believe with that 2 weeks, and so I feel like people have had the time to sort of know. If they don't know at this particular point, again, no matter how many notices, flyers you put out, I mean, I think people are just not going to pay attention to certain things. But for my point, I think this is a great idea. I think let's get ahead of this. Let's protect our city. Let's protect our residents. As is anything that, people do, you're going to have pros and cons. But this is a great idea, and I think it's just to protect the city. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. On the motion, who else hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Councilor Worthley.
Yes, thank you. So firstly, surprisingly, I'm going to agree with Councilor Grow and Councilor Memhard and Councilor Gross. This is something we should be doing, and I'm proud to see the city stepping up to do it. And I think the Climate Coalition and the Planning Board, this is the right direction to be going in. We closed the public comment period 2 weeks ago. So anybody who became aware of this didn't get a chance to actually add anything to this dialogue. So I guess this would probably fall on the questions, but is there a way that we could, if we can't post date it, can we grandfather anything? Can we move, can we have a new hearing and just not start with, going back to the planning board and back to PDB? Can we start this so that we can just make sure we've checked off every box and say we've given people notification? I don't think we're putting flyers in people's mailboxes. I don't think we're sending letters. I think we're talking about a newspaper that has a certain amount of circulation. We have people who live, snowbirds who are in Gloucester right now. I don't think that people are reading notices in the classified section or going on our 500-page packets to find these things. And I just think out of fairness to everybody, if there's one piece of information we learn, then that makes it worth doing. And the thing is, I support this. I support where we're going. I just feel like we waive notification. Maybe we should be more thoughtful in the future about how onerous that is. I mean, I would rather have spent, I don't know how much it cost to mail to 2,000 people, but I'd rather have done that and say, look, people were notified. But a lot of people are surprised about this. And look, it might mean that we don't learn anything new from them. And if that's the case, then it was a waste. But we don't know that. So is there a scenario where we can notify people and have some information?
Considerations right now, and if anybody wants to make any amendments, they're free to do that. Who else hasn't spoken? Council O'Hara.
I agree with virtually everyone. That this is a very important issue that's affected not only Gloucester, but I think the entire world. But drilling down back to Gloucester, I do believe with Councilor Worthley and Councilor O'Neill pertaining to notification, that this does affect so many people. We're surrounded by water, so we have a greater number of citizens, constituents who will be impacted by this. And I do believe the proper notification, we probably failed in that regard as far as waiving the mailing of notices to the actual people who would be directly impacted by this modification or change. Again, the intent and everything that goes along with it is no question very important, and we need to make those changes. But having the input from the public, I think that we possibly made an error, and that we should possibly consider an additional hearing or moving to continue with opening up the dialogue again. Thank you.
So
Madam Chair, may I make a motion?
Excuse me, it's my turn. I think I beat
I
you.
just want to make a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to add, notwithstanding any general law or ordinance to the contrary, the effective date of this chapter shall be January 1st, 2024. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Gilman, seconded by Councilor Nolan. And I would just like to support my amendment, begin the discussion. This is a big deal, but it's a big deal for the people that have been working on this for years. And it's a big deal that the city is right ahead of the ball game here. And it's exciting that our community, which we see underwater so frequently, is being progressive. So in the spirit of supporting the Cape Ann Climate Coalition, the Planning Board, the ZBA, City Administration, all of the groups that have worked so hard, I believe that this would show them that we totally agree with everything that they've done, and we can still be ahead of the state when the state puts this through. So I think that this opportunity to create, it's a 1-year extension from the January 27th day where this was noticed and was to be in effect. We're giving everyone 1 more year. I'm sensitive to what Greg Cadamatore and Suzanne have said, that this is going to create a hurry up for some people, but at the same time, it seems to me to be a fair compromise to our concerns. So I hope my councilors join my amendment to the motion. Councilor Grow on the amendment. Can you unmute yourself?
I just want to make sure that I understand. We all agree that this is a critical piece of legislation. We all agree that there's a critical issue that we have to deal with as a council. We all understand that this legislation in its form is going to come at us very soon, regardless of what we do tonight. We all understand that climate change is real, and we all understand that we want to prevent as much additional building in areas of potential flooding and danger that put our first responders at risk, that put our residents at risk, that put everyone at risk. But we want to do that sometime in the future so that we can open up a window during which time anybody who has the wherewithal can put in an application and begin the process, engage engineers and architects and start applying for Concom permits to try to beat our deadline of January 1st. If the intention, which I have to tell you, I 100% disagree with that concept, but if the intention of this ordinance is to create a window during which the very few people who are in process, and I think it's probably a very small number, are very close to getting their building permit, and this is the salve to put on the burn here. That if that's the point of this amendment, then let's not do a year. Let's not open the window wide open for people to put all sorts of brand new applications in. Let's acknowledge that people are close to finishing the process, and let's talk about 3 months. Let's talk about 4 months. Let's talk about how long is it reasonable to give people who have been to Concom 3 or 4 times with non-compliant plans to get their act together, to get a compliant plan and get a permit. And I would say that if we open it up beyond, say, 4 months from now, we're asking for a world of trouble, and we're going to create more harm in that than our intention is in the good that we're trying to accomplish tonight. So I would be really wary about a year. I would say give it the minimal amount of opportunity for people to finish the applications they have, make it difficult for them, for someone to put in a new application under the current regulations, so that we're not faced with a flood of new applications. That's what I would say.
Is there amendment on the amendment?
I would, if you're asking for that, I would amend the amendment to say 3 months.
Second.
Okay, so we have to start with the most recent amendment, correct? Robert's rules?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's why.
Discussion on that.
Excuse me?
There'll be discussion on the second amendment now.
Yes, thank you. That's what we just said. So we're on the most recent amendment. So the date therefore would be instead of January 1st, it would be council. So it would be March, April, May. So June 1st, that would be 3 months.
That'd be fine.
Okay, so would you state that again? Notwithstanding any general law or ordinance to the contrary, the effective date of this chapter shall be, it's your motion, Councilor. June 1st. Okay, and would you move it?
And I so move.
Second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Nolan, made by Grow. Okay, on the most recent amendment, and then we go backwards, right? We go back to the first one. Okay, go ahead.
So, on the amendment, I think I've made my point. The concern I think the councilors have is the few people who have contacted us that have existing projects moving forward, who feel that they're going to be put into a bind if they're given a retroactive date of January 23rd. So we understand that that's a political issue, and that's something that people are trying to respond to. I get that. But I don't want us to open up a big window that says, you know what, folks, we're not willing to make the hard choice here. We're going to open up the door for another year and allow you to get as many applications as we can to do exactly what we're trying to prevent you from doing. So if we can give the window to closure for people, give them an extra period of time that they would not otherwise have, I am willing to accept that I'm going to violate my feelings on this thing and go with an extra 3 months. But I don't think a year is anywhere close to what we want to be doing as a council. I think it shows a real lack of leadership.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Let's, Joanne, let's do 1 minute each. Is that, yes? Okay, we're gonna do 1 minute on the amendment to, notwithstanding any general law or ordinance to the contrary, the effective date of this chapter shall be June 1st, 2023. Okay, Councilor Grow has spoken on it. Councilor Worthley and then Councilor Memard on the
Thank
amendment.
you. Surprisingly, I'm going to agree with Councilor Grow again tonight. I don't think we should have any delay. I think Suzanne Egan said that once you notify a hearing, that's when it's enforced. So I don't know how we would even be in a place that we think this is okay. What I'd rather do is we continue this hearing for 1 month, notify the people, have it reopen the public comment period, and then vote and have it in effect right away. That's what I like to do. And I don't know if that could be made as a motion on top of all these other motions, but I'd rather do that and make sure we felt like we've heard from everybody that needs to be heard and spend one more night, our public comment, and then we vote. That's what I like to do. So I will be supporting Councilor Grow.
We're on this amendment right now, so that's what we're
Well, I mean,
talking.
anybody can make a motion. Is that correct, Ms.
We're
Sinos?
on the amendment right now. We are
No,
on
but I
the-
can make a motion to continue the hearing for 1 month. I can do that, right?
But we've already closed the public hearing, Council Worthley. So that's not going to work.
I like to suspend the rules, which you're allowed to do, and reopen the public hearing in 1 month and notify people. That's what I like to do. I don't know how can we do that as a motion and just continue it a month? And if people come and speak and we vote for this, it's in effect the day we vote for it.
So I'll jump in here. So if you're suggesting that you want to renotice this, then you can certainly make a motion as to that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be following the proper procedure, or that then you're going to be setting this zoning amendment up for challenges for the procedure, because you've closed a public hearing, it's before the council right now in the position to vote on it, and then you make a motion to continue to another date to re-advertise, then you're beginning the process again.
The only people who would appeal that would be people who felt like they weren't heard. If we're listening to more people, I don't think there'll be people saying
There's no appeal on a legislative matter, so you can make a motion and then that can be voted, but that would be it.
The question is, though, can I make a motion while there's a motion on the table?
No,
Um,
you're making an amendment to this motion.
Two amendments. We're on an amendment to amendment right now. So we're on the most recent amendment. So on the amendment, the most recent amendment, Councilor Memard and then Councilor Majota.
On the second amendment, I would just ask for clarification from our general counsel, Suzanne Egan, whether this delay, whether this proposed 3-month delay is in fact consistent with Mass General Chapter 40A, or whether we're opening ourselves up even by changing the date.
So the chapter 48, section 5 provides that a zoning ordinance can have an effective date sort of written into it. So you go to the default that's under the general law, or that's in your code of ordinances, unless the ordinance states otherwise. So by including this into the ordinance, then that would be the ordinance stating otherwise, and it would be the effective date of 3 months from now, or where the council sets it.
Does that answer your question?
I would ask a follow-up question, just, is Greg still, yes, Greg's still with us. From a professional planning point of view, the delay of an enactment is something that you described to us is discouraged and is typically not helpful. And if you could just review that for us one more time.
Well, I think Councilor Gross spoke to that very clearly. Oh, wait.
Councilor, I've been asked not to take
Okay.
any.
Never mind.
So,
Fellow councilors.
in the discussion on the amendment and trying to
Thank
be
you.
strong with this parliamentary procedure. It's a very emotional issue. So who else would like to speak on the amendment? Councilor Majota.
I like Councilor Grow's amendment. I guess my question is, Councilor Worthley as well, he wants to extend this for another month and then vote on it and close it up, where if you go with Council Grove's amendment, you're technically giving people 2 more months of time to put their request in. So I don't understand why you want to do this if you 100% agree with what the proposed amendment is, or the what we're voting on tonight. So I don't understand why you want to suspend this to get people to know, but then you still want to vote on in favor of it. But if we just do what Council Grow is, you're technically giving people 2 months to put any request in. So I'm.
Is that a question to me?
So
I guess I just.
we're deliberating right now. So what we need to do is continue to deliberate on this amendment. So if when it's Council Worthley's time to deliberate on this, when it's your turn, you can take into consideration what Council Majota just said and make that part of your deliberation. Does that make sense? We really shouldn't be having this. Let's sit in the living room and talk about this, right? This is parliamentary procedure. Council Nolan, you have the floor.
I would say that we have asked, we've asked and answered the questions about the 40A with Greg on past practice, where we have suspended permit times and added our own time to that. And it's something that we've done in the past, and it's not illegal. I do believe in the compromise that Councillor Grow has put out there. I think that that's ample time that gives a little bit of benefit to the people. There are some, not a lot, that are in the middle of the process of trying to permit. It doesn't mean it's going to be successful, but they're trying, and they are working, with some sums of money to make this happen. So the compromise with Councillor Grow, I would support 100%. And as far as 40A, we have done this in the past where we've put earmarked timeframes on things. So I think that if Councillor Egan would say that what we're doing is not illegal, it is something that can be done, if I'm not mistaken. But I do support Councillor Grow, and I thank him for his compromise on this, because I believe it gives a few people that are in the process a little bit more chance.
Councillor, you're over your 1 minute, so sorry. On the motion, on the most recent amendment, any more discussion before we do a roll call vote? Council Worthley.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Grow that if we were to extend this a year, we're going to ask for people to do the same exact thing that we don't want them to be doing. So that's why I will support the 3-month time frame. The reason why to answer Councilor Margiotta is they're really 2 separate issues. If we were to postpone this a month and re-notify, then we'd have input, and then we would just continue. We would act on and implement our zoning change at that point. So that's a separate issue, and maybe a motion I'll make. But this isn't one or the other. It's if the motion is on the table to postpone 3 months or a year for implementation, that means we're voting on it now and waiting for it to be in effect at that certain point. I'm suggesting after this, we would vote maybe to continue the hearing and reopen the hearing, and we'll discuss that when that motion's made, if seconded. Thank you.
Anyone else on the motion, on the amendment, most recent amendment? So I will be supporting the most recent amendment. It is not as long as I had hoped, but my belief is that this is the right thing to do. And June 1st, at least, make sure that people that have paid for surveyors and for designs and architects and are just at that next stage of putting in their building permit to get ready to make this happen would have that opportunity to be able to do that after spending money and hours on this. So I will be supporting this. All right, so let's vote on the amendment to the amendment. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthley.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. So now we're back to the main motion. And everyone understands what that means. It means that it's everything that we've talked about with the change of the conservation agent wording, and now we have a new effective date. So we have added, notwithstanding any general law or ordinance to the contrary, the effective date of this chapter shall be June 1st, 2023. Okay, so now we're going to discuss this main motion. I was thinking 1 minute each on this. Is that fair? Because we have a lot more to do.
Before we get those, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move that we continue this meeting for 1 month, that we reopen the public comment period and notify the people that are impacted by this. And then we'd go right back to where we stand at this point. And I so move.
second,
Second.
So motions made by Jeff Worthley, Council Worthley, and I think it was seconded by Council O'Neill, right? And the motion was to
Continue the meeting
continue the meeting
for 1 month,
for 1 month.
to suspend the rules and reopen the public comment period. We've asked our questions, but the public comment period, and to ask the clerk to notify the affected property owners. And then I think we'd be clear to vote and start right there. That's what I'd hope.
Okay. Are there any concerns with legal or Joanne on Madam Clerk on this possible amendment?
The only thing I can think of is you close the public hearing.
Right.
You'd have to renotice. You'd have to renotice.
So we'd have to
You'd have
renotice.
to renotice the whole thing.
Okay.
And so.
And you may pass the time, so we have to also look at whether or not you've passed the time since it's been submitted. The planning board's report has been submitted. It's a 90-day period, and then you'd have to restart the whole process again.
Yeah.
So it would.
We don't know that.
This is, so then is this similar to voting this down and starting over?
No, voting
Okay.
down has a very different effect. Voting down is then it could not be submitted to, resubmitted to the city council for 2 years. So this is just restarting the process. If you have a certain time limit by time with you must act on it. And then you have the tracking sheet. And so the problem is if you continue this, you just have to renotice and start again, but you don't have a second yet on this. Oh, yes, you do. I'm sorry. Yeah, you do.
So-
You have all sorts of hands raised.
Well, can we just recess to find out if we fit
Hold
within that
on.
time frame?
Hold on, we're talking about this from a technical process standpoint. Go ahead. Madam
So-
Clerk.
Right, can we recess? Can we recess to figure this out?
No,
We don't need to do that.
no, we could, all I have is a question, is that you want me to notice the people that it impacts, and where would that information come from?
Greg Cavatori said it affects 20% of the property owners in Gloucester, so he would have a map and be able to work with you.
Tony's
to figure
hand's
that out.
gonna fall off if somebody doesn't call on it.
Go ahead, Council Grow, you've been.
Gross, Councilor
Gross,
Gross.
sorry.
Gross.
I've got to
This
put my-
is, this motion is just to suspend the rules, correct? So that's what this motion is to suspend our rules, which requires a 2/3 vote.
And have the meeting in a month. So there's enough time to notify people and suspend the rules. We've done it in every meeting. We have a suspend the rules, allow someone else to speak. It'd be the same process, but now we're doing it as a vote. And
It's under the
And-
rules of a suspending of the vote, of the
So
rule.
then- But let me be clear here. It's not just suspending the rules, it is also continuing the public hearing, which you would need to renotice. Because you can't just reach out to the people that are in the AE zones and you.
It's not continuing the public hearing because you closed it. It's to reopen the public hearing.
So you have to renotice everybody and go through an entire new public hearing, right?
That's not my motion, but
Anybody
Oh,
else want some
can-
thumbs?
How can you renotice when you never noticed in the first place?
There is no.
And that's it, there's a motion.
Okay. There's a motion on the table right now.
1 minute.
Each person has 1 minute to speak on the motion, and there's a little bit of unclarity in the motion. It said, the motion said to suspend the rules and to publicly notice the people that are in the IAE or the.
No, it's affected.
That are affected, which is
Well,
IAE
it didn't
and
say
velocity zone.
AE and velocity, it said affected. It
Affect-
said affected, that's
Oh.
all it says. That was the language of the motion.
So you
Affected.
said, okay, so you said affected, the people that are affected, and
Reopen the public hearing.
and ask the clerk to notify the people that are affected and
Reopen the public hearing.
reopen the public hearing.
I made a motion to continue the meeting to notify the people as identified by Greg Catamatori that are affected by this using his definition, and to suspend the rules to open the public comment period. That was my motion. And it's been seconded.
Okay, so on the motion, everyone has 1 minute to speak. Go ahead.
Good, 1 minute to speak. The counselor speak.
On the motion, Council Grow.
I absolutely can't support this motion. We're essentially upending our public hearing process. We've legally noticed, we've legally decided not to, because it's impracticable, notice the entire city of this change, a motion that was seconded by my fellow councilor Worthley, voted unanimously by this city council. I have no idea, because you can't know what you don't know, what you're going to find out. You're going to find out a couple of things from the following things. You're going to find out people are going to support this and people are going to oppose this. You're not going to find anything new. We're breaking our public hearing process in pieces. And at the end of the day, we're not going to be any closer or any farther along in the process than we are tonight. I think you cast your vote and be done with it. This process has been in place for over a year. This is not something that popped up on January 23rd.
Grow, your time is up. Who would like to speak on Council Worthley's motion? Council Memard.
Just following up on Councillor Grow, I honestly think that we're pushing the boundaries here in impracticable ways. We haven't proposed the source of funding. I don't want to be a nitpick, but the source of funding to finance the $3,000 to $5,000 cost to do such a notice, do the research, assemble it. You know, it would have been a great thing if we'd thought about this in the past to send out with the real estate tax bills or with the water bills, but we have not done that. It might be a model to consider in the future for zoning changes. But we're proposing an expenditure, both of time and money, that doesn't make sense or fit within our current guidelines. And I think that we're moving backwards in the wrong direction and will not accomplish anything new that the June 1st deadline would not successfully capture. So I think we need to vote this down and get along with things.
Anyone else? Thank you.
On my motion.
You have already spoken, Council Worthley.
No, I haven't. I made a motion and I haven't spoken on my motion, which I was supposed to be the first speaker, the way your Robert rules are supposed to operate. Councilor Grow does it, you did it. I was supposed to speak on my motion. But if you don't want to hear what I have to say, that's.
Okay, no, you have 1 minute to speak on your motion.
Okay, so first of all, Councilor Grow, I would tell me the lottery number tomorrow, because you seem to know what people are going to say in the future, right? You said that
Point
we
of order
couldn't
is.
possibly.
Wait.
Oh, you made a comment on my motion. My motion, point of order, my motion, my
No,
motion.
point of order. If you want to
On
speak,
my motion.
you speak to the chair, not to me.
Okay.
Is this my time? This is my
No,
time?
right now, no, we will come back to you when you take a deep breath. Right now.
I don't need a deep breath. I'm good. I have 1 minute to speak on my motion. You tell me when it starts.
Stop. Thank you. Who has not spoken on the motion? Council Nolan.
Someone, hang on, I haven't spoken on my motion yet, and someone just muted me. I don't know how that works. This is, I don't know. I don't need a deep breath. I want to speak my motion. Someone shut.
Okay, so you're talking, you're not arguing with someone. So speak to your motion. You have 50 seconds.
I didn't speak on my motion and Councilor Grow interrupted me. So when do I get my minute without being interrupted and muted? Is that
I'm
right
giving
now?
it to you right now, Counselor.
I don't need a deep breath. I'm good. Okay.
Okay.
So we can't possibly say we won't know what people, we know what people are going to say without listening to them. We've heard from a snapshot of a very small group of people. It may be, Councilor Grow, that you are correct, that we get a reiteration of the same things. And if that's the case, so be it. And if one person has one idea that might be helpful to us, then so be that too. But without knowing, and look, I think we should maybe rescind our vote to not notify. That was probably a mistake. But I'm not suggesting we delay the process or delay what we're doing. I would rather not vote to extend this for a year, extend it for 3 months. I want to extend 1 month so we get input that we didn't get today. Okay, so we didn't have a public notification. We've identified the places where this is going to be affecting people. It shouldn't be as hard and complicated as we're making it out to be. We don't need to get upset about this. I'm not upset about it. No one needs to get upset. I just don't think we can predict what we don't know.
On the motion, thank you. Councilor Nolan, haven't spoken yet.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't believe in this motion in front of us right now. The reason why is that we had waived the right of notice. This is something that we have a legal right to do because the amount of people affected. The people we have heard from have been vocal to us through emails or the process. But if we go back on this, it's going to have a huge effect on any time that we waive the notice. And that's a precedent that I'm not going to vote to change. That's too important in financial matters and just the amount of information that is out there. I love for people to be involved and we have notifications in the process, but I can't vote something to overturn a unanimous vote to waive the right of notification. That's just how I feel. Sorry, Councilor Worthley.
It's okay.
Who has not spoken on Council Worthley's motion? Council Grow, have you not spoken? Okay, Council O'Neill, you have the floor.
Yes, I have a question, I believe, for Councilor Worthley.
No, that's not part of our protocol. We are at the, you can deliberate right now, but we're not asking questions.
All right, so I'll place it in the form of a sentence. By continuing the meeting and reopening the public hearing till for a month and notifying constituents who are involved or affected by this zoning ordinance. Let's say the next public hearing is May 1st. I'm just throwing a date out. So May 1st. So May 1st comes, we vote on it, we have input, we vote on it, and the original start date of January 1st holds. Is that correct?
Do you mean?
Sorry, it's a question.
Well, so may I? We supported the amendment to change the effect date to June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
So that is our effective date. It's not back to January when this was publicly noticed, because we voted unanimously to support the amendment. Correct? Okay, so so that is what we voted. So I'm gonna go back to the Council Worthley's amendment. Council, who has not spoken? Council Gross.
I don't see how that could be correct, because if we're restarting the whole process, then none of the amendments that were made to tonight's vote would possibly go through. So I believe that Councilor O'Neill is correct, that it would go back to the January 1 start date, or the January, whatever it is. It's not necessarily January 1. So I can't see how it could possibly, because obviously we're not going to take the vote tonight on the motion that is amended. This would probably have to go back to P&D.
Okay, Councilor Grove.
I want to just, for a moment, take the zoning amendment out of this discussion and talk about what we're doing to our legislative process by entertaining this notion. We're basically saying that we are incapable of making a decision despite plenty of notice to the public, legal notice, plenty of opportunities to engage planning and our planning department and experts, and the entire process that has been laid out for over a year. We can't do this without ensuring that every one of the 30,000 residents of this community have had an opportunity to step up and say their piece. And I think that's a really dangerous road to go down for a representative democracy. If we want to get anything done, we have to acknowledge that we have followed the law. We have made outreach to people. We have tried to make sure that people are aware of this. This is not a surprise. This is nothing, this didn't come out of thin air. It has been in the works for well over a year and been talked about for longer than that. If we can't make a decision tonight, after already extending the public hearing for 2 weeks to allow people to get questions in, then I'm not sure what we're doing here. I really don't know. And I think that if that's the case, then we should just abdicate our responsibility completely and just do everything by referendum.
Councilor O'Neill.
I would submit that we did not give public notice to the affected people. And I would also say that, oh geez, I forget now, sorry. That we did not do that. So.
So I will speak to Councilor Worthley's motion. I will not be supporting it. I think that we did all vote unanimously that there was an impracticability, which is under the law 1.11.4b. I made that motion, Councilor Worthley seconded it, and we unanimously approved it. And that's in the law, that's in the state law and the local law. So I would say that we did everything legally. And then people that aren't here, that don't live here, under the second part of our local law, 1.11.4b, it says a non-resident property owner may annually request the notice of public hearings under the section 1.11.4 be sent by mail, postage, prepaid to said non-resident property owner. Such request shall be made to the city clerk before January 1st of each year, together with a fee of $10. So for all those reasons, I believe that we did what we needed to do. And I think that I'm comfortable going back to, I will not be supporting this, this motion. And we need a 2/3 to suspend the rules. Who has not spoken on this? Council Worthley. You may speak again. This is the second time that you're speaking on this.
When we had the zoning changes that came before us in this late winter and spring, we expanded, we didn't notify every property owner by mailing. We waived that and we decided to have ward by ward meetings. And I'm not suggesting that, but we went and we got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other people's input. We could argue that someone might say we would have known what they would have said. I think we got a lot of valuable input. And I don't suggest that, every single meeting you ask if we can suspend the rules, allow someone else to speak or someone else to address the council, and we unanimously, none of us object. This is the same exact thing. We're suspending the rules to allow for public input. And I understand Councilor Grove thought that, we just do everything by referendum if we don't feel like we can trust our own judgment. I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting we got a lot of input this last couple days, the last few hours saying people didn't know about it. People are busy. They're working second jobs. They're working third jobs. They're taking care of elderly parents. They're taking care of kids. I'm a single dad myself.
Your time is up, Counselor. Your time is up. So at this point, we are going to vote on the Council Worthley's motion to suspend the rules, and we need a 2/3 vote.
And continue the meeting for 1 month.
Councilor Gilman, no. Councilor Gross.
No.
Councilor Grow.
No.
Councilor Majota.
No.
Councilor Memard.
No.
Councilor Nolan.
No.
Councilor O'Hara.
No.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Motion fails. The noes have it. This motion fails. 2 in favor, 7 opposed. And now we're back to our original motion. Is everyone clear on the original motion and the amendment? Okay, roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Is there any, so that is it. That is our vote. And next order of business. Thank you, Greg Catamatori, for an incredible, can you just show your face once before you leave so we can just, thank you. Thank you, Greg.
I just want to be clear that did that motion include all the other sections of the ordinance?
Yes.
Was that just, okay.
That was all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I may have fallen asleep at some point. So
Councilor Grow made the entire motion.
Okay.
With the amendment of the word conservation agent with the effective date of June 1st.
that was all in section 5.5. I just want to be clear that the sections 1.8, the whole thing. Okay. I must have been snacking.
Thank you very much for your work on this.
Thank you.
Before we say anything, I just want to say something, okay? This was rigorous. This was a good dialogue. We shared all the conversation and I appreciate the collaborative spirit. So we take our job seriously and thank you all. So next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the update on the timetable to return to Kairos Auditorium for full city council meetings with a hybrid option for the public.
So, councilors, I wanted to convey a message from Ryan Knowles along with our CAO, Joe Cahill. Let me just get my notes. To Councilor Gilman, I just got this today. On February 17th, 2023, we executed the necessary contract documents to initiate the audio-visual upgrades to Kairos Auditorium that enable the space to be used for hybrid meetings. As we stated in the early discussions about this project, we expect the project timeline to be 8 to 12 weeks from contract execution, which was February 17th. We are currently waiting for confirmation on lead times and shipping dates for the necessary equipment. Once we have that, we will provide a more concise timeline. The administration's goal is to have Kairos Auditorium available for hybrid meetings as soon as possible. So that's the update. We are not going to make the hoped date of March 28th because of the technical issues. And I just wanted to make sure that councilors were aware. But there's a lot of work in progress to get us there. And I mean, I've been so much enjoying our in-person meetings here at the Harbor Masters Room. I just feel it's a whole, it just feels so right. And it felt so right today for me to be sitting between Suzanne and Joanne, being able to have the support from the city clerk here, sitting next to me instead of on Zoom. And it makes us a better council. So I have to say, I'm disappointed that we're going to have to wait. And if for some reason the state does not approve an extension of the emergency order, we'll have to decide on March 23rd if we have to get back to real meetings without hybrid Zoom technology until we get this fixed, which I know would be a huge disappointment to many members of the public as well as me, and I'm sure most of you. So anyway, so that is what I had to say today on this. And would anyone else does anyone else have a question or a comment? Councilor Grow.
I'm just, if the new governor doesn't sign an extension of this act, we're essentially compelled to go back to in-person meetings after the end of March, correct? And then if we do that, we can have 1623 can record it or do it live. We just wouldn't have the interactive capability with people at home. But we would have to be all of us in one meeting place at one time. And we would be subject to other problems with open meeting law, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
So so to your point, perhaps we need to at our next meeting unveil our rules of procedure and put the proper documentation and get a vote in case that happens. Because we can't wait past that, because we have to advertise public hearings. We need to know the venue. We need to let people know if we're not going to have Zoom for that interim period. And for members of the public, please know that we can't have a public meeting in a conference room this small, because we have to be able to handle all of the people that might want to be present. So that's why we really don't have an alternative, with the exception of Kairos. So anyway, so I will put that on the agenda for the next meeting, the rules of procedure, and we'll craft some information just as a protection to us if we have to go back to this. In the meantime, we'll reach out to Senator Tarr and Representative Ferranti to find out what's happening with in the governor's office in terms of the extension of the emergency order for COVID, which ends on March 3rd, 2023. I assume they're going to do something soon, but that will predicate what we'll have to do. Any other questions on this? Okay, I think we're Councilor, next order of business, Madam Clerk.
It's council's request to the mayor.
So roll call vote. Councilor Gross.
No, I don't have any.
Councilor Grow.
The only question, or the only request I have is if the mayor's office could provide the council with an updated list of the current vacancies in all the boards and commissions. And also, I don't know if it's the mayor's office that does this or the clerk's office, but it'd be great if we could have the boards and commissions membership information updated as well. When I went online the other day, there's a lot of blanks, a lot of holes, and there's some old information in there. So it'd be nice to know that whether or not we have openings that can be filled by people who are interested in participating and where those openings might be.
Yeah, that's the mayor's office, but thank you, Counselor. Counselor Majota.
Yes, the construction going on near the high school. What's going on with the wall? I just want more information with the wall. Residents, they were asking, it seems like the wall is gonna be higher than 5 feet. I just like more information, and based on some of the construction going on, residents are seeing their homes get damaged by the construction. So I just want to know what can be done or what's the city plan to do. So I'd just like more information on that, please.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Memard.
One request to the mayor. I've been contacted by constituents on Eastern Avenue, just past Barn Lane. There are four properties that look like they're part of Nugent Farm, but in fact are privately, independently owned, as well as another house on the corner there. The rate of speed of the traffic on Eastern Avenue right there seems to have gotten wilder and crazier, and I'm not sure what the city through the mayor can do, but the fence there has been repeatedly knocked down by motor vehicles. Most recently, there was a head-on collision, and the fence, which had recently been rebuilt, was run over by these vehicles that were run off the road. So I'm looking for creative solutions to help address this safety and property issue on Eastern Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nolan.
I don't have any requests. I do want to say that it hasn't really been a real robust winter with snow. But with that being said, it doesn't take away from the amount of hours that our Department of Public Works has been out in these events during ice, in the time they've put into it. And I want to thank all those employees for their dedication. And I also want to thank the administration for the new sign at the Rotary and taking care of that. I think it looks wonderful, and it's a great start to 1623 and 2023. Everybody have a great night, and thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor O'Hara.
Thank you. I just want to mention that those of you who couldn't participate, well, couldn't listen to the Mass DOT meeting, Zoom meeting on the Blinman Bridge, that it's extremely concerning to me, the damage that already exists to the structural steel, that everyone may want to look at it and review it, because it is something that's extremely concerning to me. We're dependent on that bridge to move emergency vehicles, particularly fire apparatus that are designed. Unfortunately, they are overweight, and that bridge could be, as the state has done at the bridge in Beverly, shut it down at a moment's notice based on an inspection. I think we need to be proactive and move the state along to repairing that bridge or replacing it, so that we don't compromise public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor O'Neill.
I have no requests at this time.
Counselor Worthley.
Yes, I'd like to thank the mayor. Council Memhard and I worked collaboratively on a project, well, I would call it a project, constituent request to remove some rocks. It seems like a never ending, it keeps coming back over and over again, moving rocks. But High Popples Road, a resident who I knew personally approached me, and I reached out to Councilor Memhard. He did a remarkable job representing the Ward 1 constituent, move some rocks to make it safer for pedestrians and students at a bus stop. And Mike Hale led the way with contacting the resident, and I give credit to Mayor Verga for leading on that. I may have been a little tougher on him than I needed to be, but I pushed hard and we got it done. And I think Councilor Memhard would agree that the place is a little safer thanks to his help working on that. It's a little ways away, but Earth Day is coming up. I don't know if there's any city initiative that's happening for Earth Day, but I'd like to just throw that out there. I don't know where we've left off regarding the creek. I know we've got a report that was dated November 2nd. I don't know if we're gonna have a discussion about that or if we need to read it. I've read the report, but I'm not an engineer, and I think it'd be helpful to have someone give us an update because summer will be here before we know it. And I think the same is true, Councilor Gilman, I think you had said we're going to have an MDBTA update regarding the grade crossing, and that was about a month ago, but I'm not sure where that falls in the agenda, but to keep that top of mind. Thank you.
So just to let you know that it's in the packet, it is attached to Steve Aiello's request, and it's got his questions, and it also has all the notes from the last meeting that we had 3 weeks ago, which has all the reasons for the mishaps that occurred at that point. So
I've read it. I just didn't know if the public would be involved in that conversation.
It's in the packet. Thank you. And you can make copies and put it on your, the documents and put it on your Facebook page if you wish. It might not be a bad idea. Is there anyone else that would like to, I think that's it. So I'm last, and my only thing I'm going to say is let's make a motion to adjourn. And thank you, Suzanne, and thank you, Greg Catamatori, and thank you, Joanne.
So moved.
Well done.
Second.
Motion's made and second by, I think I heard Council Nolan, roll call vote for the last time tonight. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow. You muted.
Yes, yes, I got it.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes, good night.
Council Nolan.
Yes, and for Council Majota, 2 computers, 2 rooms.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Good night, councilors.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.